Howdy, howdy, everyone. Got that in there. I'm doing pretty good. Work is kind of BS as usual, but it is what it is. I've also been avoiding as many spoilers as I can, and it's been really tough because even as I was trying to make a thumbnail for this live stream, I had to search for Deep Oblivion, and even when I put down that in the image function, it starts showing us pictures of the leaks of the data mining. So that was a little rough. So I still like one or two things, but ultimately they should be small. But yeah, I basically only searched YouTube on my my other accounts. I didn't go on Twitter at all today. So I am glad we're doing this tonight. That way I can go back to a sense of normalcy. Now, the thing is that this one should be really long. This is going to be a really long read through, from what I understand. So we're going to get into this pretty quickly. I just want to do a bit of a preamble, just so that we're all on the same page. I have not done Springfield's event. I have not done Perry's event. And I am completely in the dark of what happened in Oblivion Part 2. So there is going to be some knowledge gap. So if I happen to ask any questions or I don't pick up on something, feel free to let me know. That way I am informed. But we're going to go ahead and just get into it immediately, because if this is the longest event that they're going to have so far, it's going to be longer than 4 hours. It's a nice tune. I like them long. Oh, that's the stuff. I'm a rock junkie, by the way, so just give me a minute. I'm going to vibe for a second. Okay, let's go. Oh, right. That reminds me. I have it on here. No, on the stream. You sound echo. Is it normal? No, that should not be normal. Uh, if it continues to echo, let me know. I'll just have to lower my my mic a little bit. Right. So, winning the war is just giving peace a good start. After being surrounded by Sextons and her team on ODE-01, Kalina. Okay, Joe, sounds good. The transport cable transport cabin containing Leva, who is in a shutdown state, is securely placed in a fixed position. The temporary power is cut off, and the regular circuit is connected. Elemental check. Elemental self check completed. System self test completed. Power pack turned on. Remaining power 100%. Accessing mental backup. Link successful. Mental loading begins. 5%, 20%, 35%. Accompanied by continuous rain, the helicopter carrying, I'm not sure who that is, Grinta, and her group slowly landed near Oderby. Let's see who pops up, that way we can make sure who that is. The figure waiting at the airport is magnified and distorted by raindrops clinging to the glass, making it difficult to see their face clearly. The airways raised by the propeller did not make the other party retreat at all. Lena, sitting in the backseat, touches her gun. Leva, Kalina. Don't act impulsively. Oh, say, so Grinta is Kalina. Okay. But at least 3 arms dropped. At least 3 arms grouped, except for the one standing at the forefront who is considered friendly. The others... Oh my, when was the last time I was warmly welcomed like this? Before 2065? Leva, don't reminisce about the past at times like this. What else can we do without recalling? I don't want to confront the riot shields in their hands head on. Are you alright, Kalina? As far as the Ghostlight anime is concerned, it is bad in the sense of a lot of details. But in terms of like getting a basic idea of what the story is, it's fine enough. Sitting in the passenger seat, Leva withdrew her gaze from the window and turned around. Everything is under my command. This is ODE 30. They won't act recklessly. Remember, we are just cooperating with the investigation. Lena, please put your gun away. Alright. The helicopter landed smoothly, and Kalina pushed open the cabin door and walked down. And walked out, I think it's supposed to say. The young man standing at the forefront of the welcome line took the umbrella handed to him by someone else, walked quickly closer, opened it and handed it to Lena, stood still and extended his right hand towards Kalina. Who? He looks quite young. Also, he has a bit of a punchable face, not gonna lie. I am Lieutenant Colonel Fyodor Andreevich Sokolov of the Special Security Management Office in ODE 30. You can call me Fyodor. It's an honor to welcome the counselor here. In the coming period, I will assist you in adapting to your brief life in ODE 30. Gun. What's the translation software? Is Luna Translator. You come a long way, Colonel Fyodor. Nice to meet you. After Kalina gently shook her back, Fyodor politely, but without hesitation, withdrew her hand. The rain is getting heavier. Please get on the bus with your subordinates, Miss Counselor. We will discuss the rest later. After speaking, Fyodor gracefully made way for him. Or made way for her. However, he did not disarm her subordinates until Kalina and her group got on the car. So when it says shaking backs, I'm pretty sure it meant they shaking his hand. That's what they meant. Led by Fyodor, the group walked into the room. Madam Counselor, on my way just now, I have relayed to you the basic attitude of the government of the 30 states of Odd. For your personal safety and to ensure the smooth progress of the investigation, please cooperate with the work. This is natural, but may I have a meeting with Mr. Chief? I think with his supporting evidence and explanation, the misunderstanding about forging identification codes will be resolved quickly. Sorry, there are currently no arrangements for the Chief to meet with you. I will convey your request on your behalf. It's getting late, and both you and your subordinates have been caught in the rain. Please rest well today. I live on a lower level with the members of the Special Management Office. You can call me anytime if you need anything. Master Chief, what are you doing here? Fyodor politely bowed and exited the room. With a bitter smile, Kalina took the towel handed to her by Leva, wiped her hair, and walked into the bathroom. Leva, can you please bring my yukata in later? I want to take a shower. Got it. Leva walks towards the wardrobe. Soon there was a uniform sound of water coming from the bathroom. What? They said they wanted to protect us while cooperating with the investigation, but in reality, it's just house arrest. Leva, you also saw that there are many people from the Special Management Office standing outside. There are quite a few. After all, we, along with the one who has already left, just caused a big stir in ODE-01 before. But that's not our problem either. Who knows how the Chief managed to be personated by that strange doll figure. Even if my own Chief is replaced, I won't be able to detect it. If I don't investigate quickly, I'll end up being entangled with victims like us. The communication tampering method used by that doll was not even discovered by me in time. So don't make things difficult for those ordinary technicians in state government. Leva and Kalina are too temperamental. How dangerous it was a few days ago. Yes, we have wronged you, Lena. That's not what I meant. Lena walked away unhappily from the door to the desk, grabbing the potted plant on the windowsill, and looks out the window. Leva shrugged, took out her yukata, walked to the window, and pulled up the curtains. Then she picked up the tablet device on her desk, leaned against the wall, and slid the screen up and down. Anyway, I can't think like Sister Leva. If we hadn't arrived in time that day, Kalina would have been mistakenly killed by the armed police in ODE 30. Now, it's better to be hastily dealt with by them saying, "Sorry, this was our negligence, we will investigate further." The Major just now also had a bad face and put on the show. The replacement of the Chief is a big deal after all, and it still requires time to investigate. Moreover, this is a problem with the source of the command. The people below are all acting on orders, no matter who they are. I don't care. Once our charges are lifted, We must go find Kruger. Let him go and scold them properly. It's Captain Kruger. Don't be too big or too small outside. Have I taught you before? I'm used to it. I'll be careful in the future, Sister Leva. Don't get angry. Good. Poor Kleena. She hasn't been able to change her clothes properly and have a hot meal yet. We can't go back to our original residence now. If you have time to get angry, why don't you help her choose one of the sets provided by the hotel mall? As she spoke, Leva handed the tablet device in her hand to Lena. Are the clothes over here of poor quality? Why don't we go outside? Ah, a signal. Upon discovering that the device could only connect to the hotel's LAN, so that's local area network, Lena's previously stretched face becomes tense again. What's going on? This is a groundless thing, and now even the internet connection range is limited. Lena impatiently swiped the screen up and down, jumping through various pages. After clicking a few times, she returned the tablet device to Leva. Just this one. It's similar to what Kleena usually wears, and I just noted the size. She'll like it. Leva lowered her gaze to the screen and smiled slightly. She walked towards the bathroom, gently knocked on the door, and handed in her yukata and tablet device. Colleen, the yukata is on the washboard. The hotel will deliver the new clothes later. Please be patient for now. You can order dinner on a tablet. Just watch and choose. Just look and choose. Okay, I got it. In a moment, Kleena in the bathroom wiped her body and put on her yukata, glancing at the equipment. On the page displaying the details of the set, there is a row of words prominently written. There are 5 hidden cameras and 3 monitoring devices. Other suites on the same floor are all under the control of the Special Management Office. Lena found 2 of them. So she's being heavily monitored. Kleena quickly typed a string of information on a tablet device. Outside the business suite, the hotel staff rang the doorbell. 100%. Mind loading successful, confirmed. Belonging to Hyde 404. Basic model, dual track DSi 8. Imprint model, UMP 45. Task number, blank. Time, day blank. Status in progress. Weapon control system, no abnormalities. Terrain DM has been activated. Cognitive NSS activated. Elemental heating up completed. Vision enabled, already enabled. Leva, lying in the transport cabin, opened her eyes. She woke up. A calm voice came, and then the transport hatch automatically opened. Woo! Her name is Thorpe? Yeah, I feel like doing the Charlie Yeah! Let's go! Long time no see, 45. No, I should call you Leva. Seeing the two people in front of her clearly, Leva waved her hand in a familiar manner. I heard before that you joined the non-military forces management bureau, but I didn't believe it. Now it seems to be true. Long time no see, Rebella. Sup? Do you prefer me to call you RO635 and Sup too? Just use a new code. Director Kruger sent us to pick you up. Man, she looks good. During Kalina's house arrest, he will be responsible for remote command. Director Kruger personally commanded? It seems that things are getting more and more complicated. Did you encounter any trouble along the way? No, you should go first. Ah, I've been suffocated all this way. Thorpe? We gotta find out what that means. That's actually her name. Thorpe interrupted the conversation between the two. What's up? Where's Banana? We don't know. Yeah, so if anyone can find the actual translation to Sop's new name, that'd be good, because I know it's not Thorpe. But for now, I'm going to have to say Thorpe. I thought I could compete with the security machinery in ODE 30, but I didn't have a chance at all. Wow, her voice is like super close to what it originally is. Oh, so it's actually Sop? Or Sapu? Or Sapo? Yeah, I know it's the same VA, but you know, it's been like 8 years, you know. I really want to remove every wire inside and take a closer look. Will the insulation be pink? Ah, I really want to see. Rebella, next time, please make sure to let me dismantle one, okay? Just one. Yeah, that sounds typical. Looking at Sop with an expectant expression, Rebella sighed heavily and turned to Leva, noticing that she was also watching the excitement with great interest. Do you still need to lie inside? The startup program should have been completed long ago, right? Oh, did you discover it? We're at leisure time. I still want to take a break for a while. How about pulling me? The shipping space is a bit narrow. As she spoke, Leva reached out her hand and Rebella in a friendly manner, but at the moment when Rebella reached out to receive her, she hesitated. I always feel there's something unpleasant to happen if I hold this hand. Leva smiled helplessly and knowingly, then withdrew her hand. I'll do it myself. Leva came out of the transport cabin and lazily stretched. Your speed is quite fast, and the transfer was completed and a little earlier than expected. Because Kalina had already informed headquarters early on, the director made timely preparations. According to his instructions, we need to replace the transport cabin at the time when the transport vehicles arrive at the border of the state of ODE 30, and the government of ODE 30 hands over to the non-military NAMFA. Yeah, it's NAMFA. Well, the timing is good. That should be the only convenient place to maneuver on the way from ODE to Kiev. Or is it Lviv? One of those two. If you want to find a crowded place to pause and transfer later, it will not be natural enough. Even now, there are still eyes staring at my transport vehicle. Taking this into consideration, I suggest we switch to a different voxel for you directly. But there is a period of adaptation and debugging when using a new element. And the director refused. He hopes that you can start working on the next stage of the task as soon as possible. Refusing to switch to another body, then I had to thank the director for this decision. If I hold back, wouldn't the point of sending you here be lost? This joke is not funny. The communication channel with the director has been synchronized with you, and he will personally explain the subsequent actions to you. Thank you. Operating the communication terminal, Leva joined the encrypted communication with Kruger. Oh, are we about to see Kruger? Are we about to see Kruger? No, fuck! Of course his voice only. I was like, where's Uncle Kruger? I want to see him. Leva, how's your body condition? Everything is normal. We can proceed smoothly with the next task. Well, I have reviewed recent event reports and have a general understanding of the situation. I have already communicated with the government of ODE 30 through former channels. And this reason is insufficient evidence. Further investigation is needed. The state government refused to withdraw the charges, refused to lift the house arrest, and only allowed me and Kalina to have one brief communication. What we need to do now is find evidence to assist Kalina in lifting the charges, or to find a bargaining chip that can mediate with the government of the state of ODE. I recommend the former. Good. He sounds tired as fuck. Leva, you have been following Kalina to the state of ODE for some time now, and have a better understanding of the overall situation. I now appoint you as the on-site commander of the dolls. Rebella Sop. So it should be Sapu. Yeah, Rebella Sapu. Please cooperate with Leva's actions and lift the personal restrictions on Kalina as soon as possible. Director, please wait a moment. What's up? Director, based on the intelligence collected so far, it is almost certain that the other party has a highly lethal armed doll, while Leva, based on my understanding of Leva, she is unable to assume the role of captain in terms of both combat capability and combat preferences. Did I leave you such a bad impression in our previous collaboration? This has nothing to do with my impression of you. I'm just addressing an objective issue. But maybe my combat style has already changed, like your codename, when Rebella doesn't know. Do you want to observe again? But your physical form hasn't changed. Even if you upgrade your mind, facing a highly lethal armed doll, with your combat ability, you won't be able to hold on for 3 minutes, let alone judge the situation and command the battle as a captain. This is just speculation by you. If I remember correctly, neither of us have actually encountered each other in human form, have we? Making judgments without objective data doesn't look like a doll. That's a weird translation. Leva and Rebella were deadlocked, and Sapu, who was standing behind them, suddenly slapped them hard. I got it. How about you connect to level 2 platform and get on... Okay, that's what you said. How about you connect to level 2 and fight? Whoever wins, let's just do it whoever. Fighting every time we need is so hurtful. Besides, I'm afraid neither of us combined can beat you, Sapu. However, if Rebella becomes the captain, I have no objections whatsoever. Director, would you like to reconsider? I have made it very clear. Leva has a better understanding of the situation and is responsible for the on-site command. Considering the unpredictable combat power of the opponent, I sent Sapu to provide support. Moreover, what you are facing is not just dolls, but more importantly, humanity. Rebella, you have a better understanding of human habits and psychology. In addition, the specialized electronic warfare module allows you to better assist Leva in dealing with potential electronic traps that may reappear. Right. As for your concerns, I have also made arrangements. Oh? The researcher who accompanied you before, Liambids, was specifically borrowed from, I think it's Persica, from Persica by me. She has already started preparing. So, she did just give instructions to go to the upper laboratory to find Leva after she completes the startup. Is that it? Well, the location you are currently in is an unofficial research institution strictly controlled by the Namfa. With the assistance of researchers, she will optimize and adjust Leva. In addition, Leva Kalina hinted to me in a communication that she had previously handed over a piece of information that may be related to the task to you. You can synchronize it with me later and use it as a clue to arrange actions after your functional optimization is completed. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Got it. Communication ends. Leva shrugs and looked at the somewhat awkward expression on Rebella's face. Don't be like this. You have requirements for me, which means you are concerned about your work. Besides, your concerns are not unreasonable. Although we've known each other before, it's been a long time since we have last met. So I hope we can work together smoothly. Let's go. Lineman should be waiting for us. Sapu, put the parts back in the transport compartment. I don't need to translate that. That's cute as fuck. The group arrived at the entrance to the laboratory, where they had arranged to meet with Linebids. Just as they were about to enter the command, the door opened from the inside. A researcher stumbled out, holding out a stack of draft papers as high as a small mountain in his arms. Oh, be careful, it's about to collapse. Sapu dodged agilely and gave a hand to prevent it from becoming a car accident scene. So many people. In the laboratory, figures flickered around, with their backs facing the door, and standing at the center of their hips was a petite woman, You, and you. Quickly throw away those finished snack bags on the table. She looks familiar. She actually looks familiar. Name tag's not in English though. But... Do you think I can't see the one wearing glasses in the corner? Can I help you draw the component design diagram in the box model behind you? Just clear it out of the laboratory for me. And this one too. She picked up a cup from the table beside her. The coffee stains inside are getting thicker at the bottom of the cup. If you want the bacteria in your intestines to be this thick, go wash them now. Researchers who were spotted quickly ran out of the laboratory with their cups in their arms. Is that the Leibniz we're looking for? Yes. I'm really busy after waking up. The positive answer, Leva sighed and walked forward. I can't stand it. Both of them are like Persica. Sloppy and don't care about anything except studying. It's really hard to take care of Persica. Upon hearing Leva's voice, Limbit suddenly turned around. Huh? Huh? What are you talking nonsense about? It's my honor to assist Genius Persica. She entrusted her life to someone like me to manage, so that she could fully devote herself to the most meaningful research. Right. Okay, you make sense. I'm sorry. You should apologize to Persica. Seeing Leva's surrendering gesture, Linebit's anger subsided. Forget it. Are you Leva? Since you have completed the task, let's get to the main topic quickly. The work assigned to me by Persica cannot be delayed. At this moment, Rebella and Sapu also walked over, and Leva quietly leaned over to Rebella. Why didn't you tell me that she is Persica's crazy assistant? You didn't ask. What are you talking about? No, I just remembered that there's one more thing I need your assistance with. Coincidentally, everyone is here. Let's think of a solution together. Persica didn't explain it? However, I was arranged by her to assist you. You can tell me if there's anything. Do you want to change places? Don't hinder everyone from cleaning. Linebaits glared at the researchers who had secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You guys, why stand there foolishly? How much garbage is piled up in the neighboring laboratory? Do you think I didn't know? Everyone go over and tidy it up. There's not a single garbage room left. Make sure there's not a single garbage room left on this floor tonight. Under the pressure of Linebits, the researchers quickly grabbed back their cleaning tools and left in formation. Alright, speak up. Okay. Leva displays the information previously entered by Kalina on the tablet device. I hope Miss Kalina likes the gift, and I believe it can help you solve your urgent needs. Is this string behind some kind of encoding? The format is similar to UCS, but it's not quite the same. Well, I don't have the opportunity to ask in detail about the specific situation, but I'm sure someone sent this to Kalina. Since Colleen has determined that this is effective, the urgent need mentioned in the information is probably... Looks like it cut off. It refers to restriction of freedom by the state government. Can the sender be traced? When we received the information, our network environment had already been monitored and we were unable to conduct regular tracking. However, being able to deliver information without leaving a trace in that situation with the other party's technical level, there may not be any trace left. Unless... he hopes we can find him. Alright, we'll have to talk about things we don't have a clue about later. Leva, come with me to the console and do the performance operation first. Optimization first. Time is tight, and Mr. Kruger specifically requested that your regular functions not be affected. I can only temporarily focus on the software aspect, and I will arrange for hardware synchronization improvement when there is a chance in the future. During the debugging period, I will make time to review this key, and if needed, Rebella and the two of them can also assist me. Thank you. I can only improve a little bit, and I don't want to be shot back by the enemy just as a captain. You underestimate people too much. What do you think Perska sent me here to do? Hurry over. I conservatively estimate that after debugging, your performance will improve by at least 15%. Okay. I apologize. It was my mistake in predicting. I can't underestimate Perska's judgment either. Since I entered the Research Institute. Perska, blah 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 blah. Listen, walked over the control panel first. So, that's the point? Rebella, Sapu? I'll go first. Could you please wait a moment? After Leva left, Rebella walked up to the nearby experimental table and sorted out the scattered tools on the table, while occasionally looking towards the direction of the control desk. After Leva left, Rebella walked up to the nearby experimental table and sorted out the scattered tools on the table, while occasionally looking towards the direction of the control desk. Sapu, who was still groping around, honestly posted it over. Well, what's wrong with you? Do you still mind Leva being captain? You're not someone who's obsessed with performance. No, I don't mind. I don't understand it. How about you tell me? Don't hold it in yourself. Do you remember UMP 45 from the past? Squad 404 and UP 9 are almost all of her. That kind of doll. Why would you be willing to let go of 404 to support operations of Namfa? So she's asking like, basically 45 and 9 were basically Squad 404. So why give up being leader of 404 just to join Namfa? It's weird to her. Maybe just like us? No, it's different. The position of 404 is complex and ever-changing. Even if there has been cooperation, 404 has never belonged to Griffin. In terms of friendship, they should also be more inclined to assist the commander. Besides, we have experienced in 4. Not sure what it means by experienced, but besides, we have experience in 4. Rebella didn't continue speaking. Besides, perhaps Leva and 4 has also experienced things we don't know. Oh, Rebella is just prone to overthinking things. Even if there are ghosts, our AR team are not vegetarians. Don't worry, come on, smile! Sapu jumps in front of Rebella's noodles? Holds up her cheeks with both hands and gently lifts them upwards. I think she meant arms. Not noodles, but arms. But although Rebella frowned, she didn't stop and let out a strange smile, or let the strange smile hang on her face. That's how it works. Rebella is cute when she smiles. There's nothing I can do about you. After a while, Limeliness, who had set up the process, walked over. If you have time, why don't you come over and take a look at this encoding? Right. Okay. Sapu took the lead and ran over. I just started to understand and translate this encoding sequence. It's not difficult. It's just that the UCS has undergone another function encoding conversion. However, after unfolding, it became longer and seemed to have little practical significance. As she spoke, Leibniz projected the decoding result on the screen. Isn't this a prank? Who knows? For a moment, the three of them had no clue about the decoding the string. I don't get this! Although I don't remember the fields, I always feel that the format is somewhat familiar. Really? They are haphazardly pieced together. Longer and shorter, worse than the rotten iron and blood. Iron and blood. Okay. Worse than the rotten sanguis fairy I have dismantled. That's right. Sanguis fairy is not 16 lab. Persica has been arranging maintenance. I think that's Lycoris. After losing Lycoris, the dolls relied on the master brain to control the trivial and random iterations. Yeah, you know very well. That group of guys, the circuit design between the fire control core and the weapon is completely disorganized, and it's not surprising where the gun comes from. Splicing? Do you mean... Inspired, Rebella repeatedly scanned the decoding results in front of her. AOS. I got it. Oh, okay. Limeliness, could you please arrange the fields at their AOSG and the coding according to OGAS? Remove the 4 OJAS characters and redivide them according to the current segmentation format. Ogus? Are you referring to that agreement? Leibniz deftly operated the keyboard to rearrange the decoding. This can't... Well, it was the basic format for the backdoor key, in the Sanguisveri system in the past. But in the end, there was an additional set of individual numbers. Did I guess wrong? I don't think so. The segmented format of backdoor keys is rarely used nowadays. OGAS is too coincidental that there is only one of the 4 letters, and after extraction and deletion, there is not much or no extra real number field left. An old-fashioned alarm clock beeps, and Leibniz takes out the terminal from her coat pocket and presses it off. Leva's debugging process has ended. Please wait for me. I heard from Leibniz that you found a clue. Perhaps, but even if this is a backdoor key from SF machinery, what does it mean? SF has disappeared, and now machines produced based on SF technology has scattered in various places. Okay, so that's confirmation. SF just disappeared during the time skip. So their whereabouts are unknown. That's true, but we just happened to meet these old friends, didn't we? Are you referring to what happened to ODE-01? Yeah, although it was the armed police of ODE-30 who came to arrest Colleen, the person who replaced the chief also temporarily escaped. But those troublemakers on the road, Lena and I, as well as the doll commanders, did not easily let them go. Commander. Yes? Are you very concerned? She is indeed concerned. Don't worry, even though the commander was almost sleeping in ODE-01, Lena had already handed over the electronic identification card in time. In terms of time, the commander should have safely returned to the Yellow Zone. Should? We don't have time to confirm. Not long after seeing Otto Commander, we were protected by the government of ODE-30. SF! I just heard someone say SF! Where is it? Where are they? Sapo, who had already wandered to the experimental platform and tossed around haphazardly, ran back. Most likely lying in the ODE-01 security recycling warehouse. I'll ask the director to confirm later. Are they dead? Boring. Don't worry, there will always be a chance to see them alive in the future. However, it may not be easy for us to enter ODE-01 now. The director also finds it difficult to provide official channels for us illegal immigrants. You said it all. The official channel. I can do things like tampering with some traffic restrictions. Before I came, Dandelion had specifically instructed me. I see. The director really sent a good helper. Let me contact the director and we'll leave as soon as possible. Leva clapped her hands and whistled lightly. Do I need the puppy spray? SF's probably in hiding ever since the end of Ghost Frontline 1. Possibly. With the assistance of Rebella, Leva and her team successfully infiltrated ODE-01 and arrived near the recycling warehouse of the security management department in the evening. Easily tampering with the traffic restrictions of ODE-01 and Rebella's electronic warfare level is even better than before. I just learned a lot from Dandelion, and without Persica's mental transformation, even if I understand the methods, my computing power can't support it. Don't worry, there is no absolute gap between us in terms of electronic warfare. Worried? How could that be? I'm actually praising you. Well, that's good. Stop. Don't look around there. Your shadow will be exposed. Why are you smiling? I just feel a bit familiar with the feeling of working with you. Leva, you're... Ah, the security machine has gone far away. 3 warehouses. Surprisingly, only 2 teams of patrol machinery were arranged. The government of the ODE-30 is so confident in the security of the satellite city. Let's go. Well, first hack into the security system and cover the surveillance footage. Rebella, stop, cooperate with me. Does Architect count as a friend? Yeah. Give me a second. I gotta get this on screen. Fuck. Why are your secrets today? Yeah. I'm trying to get up on screen, but the translator's being a bit silly right now. I think this is it, probably. Okay, here's what it says. Let me just get rid of this. Successfully had hacked into the security system and started performing image overlay. It went quite smoothly. Leva, be careful. The defense mechanism has been deployed. Next, you need to find a way to defeat all system defense mechanisms, and I will provide assistance for you. Okay. Anyways. Hey, actually, give me a minute. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Be like a minute. Kukai is truly press ult to win, yeah. Alright. Now I feel a lot better. After bypassing the patrolling security machinery, Leva and her team searched 3 warehouses. She's sniffing. Well, this should be the right one. I will never forget the taste of SF for many years to come. You know, she's not playable, but I really want Sapo to be playable. She's just so fucking adorable and psychotic. She's perfect. Well done. That's for sure. Kruger specifically asked someone to help me enhance the tracking function. Whether it's synth or traces, I won't let anything slip away. There's SF on both on left and right sides. Let me go to the left first. Sapo flicked to the back of her left shelf, while Leva looked teasingly at Rebella. Although I believe the director must not have done it intentionally. It's hard to say which technician. Installing the odor recognition module into the nasal cavity is more in line with human common sense, and it is understandable for technicians to design it this way. That's right. Since Sop went to the left, let's go take a look at the shelf on the right. Rebella put down a small machine and shook her head. No. How many points is this already? Based on the attached dust and modification techniques, the time span of these machines is really considerable. Some of them don't even have physical evidence numbers attached. Hey, rather than saying that this is an illegal mechanical detention warehouse waiting to be inspected, it's more like a storage room for stacking discarded toys. It seems that the government of the 30 states of 30 states. It seems that the government of ODE's 30 has no intention of continuing to pursue the illegal armed groups involved in ODE-01 operation. Throughout the incident, the chief was replaced, the senior management of NAMFA was attacked, and targeted accusations were made. This is the Green Zone, clearly under the jurisdiction of Heli. How dare they be so perfunctory? Even if Heli is in charge, as long as it involves people, there is only one link in between that needs to be accidentally missed or transmitted incorrectly, and it will not be noticed. Do you really think that was careless? Who knows? There could be us little mice in the warehouse, and naturally there could be others elsewhere as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Heli is Hellion. Yeah. But they might be saying Heli as a nickname. That's why I said Heli. Rebella, here! From the other end of the warehouse came Sop's low and urgent shout. Leva and Rebella walked briskly over. Get into the Heli. Well, you guys. Passing around the shelf, the two discovered that Sapo was holding a small soldier ant high above his head. Is this it? Well, it's these guys. The displacement marks around are very new, and the bullet holes on my body were also caused recently. I couldn't help but dismantle one just now, and the modification is also recent technology. And Rebella, you see? Sapo happily ran over holding a soldier ant. This soldier ant is just the same model as before. Although some firepower modules have been added externally, the internal basic circuit has not changed much, so it can be said that the soul is still authentic. Put it away first. Oh, yes. Rebella is allergic to soldier ants. Oh, dinner gates. These are dinner gates. So soldier ants are dinner gates. I get it now. I understand the context. I forgot when I was happy. I'm sorry. Allergies? Yeah, we had a mission before and encountered a lot of soldiers. We had a mission before and encountered a lot of dinner gates. Rebella was scared and ran out screaming. It's not that exaggerated. Oh, please, make sure to tell me about such fun things afterwards. Unfortunately, time is tight now. Let's get down to business first. Leva takes the dinner gate from Sapo's hands. Would any leave any secrets on the machines that can be casually thrown here? Then we had that mysterious gift. Whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, getting to know them is always right. Otherwise, we can only wait for the government of ODE-30 to slow down and investigate now. Where's Banana? Well, I have a backdoor key. Let's prepare to hack in. And this dinner gate still activate? Yes! Martyr Puppy is perfect the way she is. Yeah, I like her a lot. I forgot how much I love her, honestly. Sapo shot through the sense and defense mechanism in front of her and watched as it disintegrated into data fragments. She shook her head vigorously. There's no real feeling at all. Even if it's knocked out, it will still disappear. It's impossible to keep a memory. There are already many souvenirs in your room, and nothing else can be squeezed in. What are you afraid of? Rebella also always helps me tidy up. Since you know, next time you should organize it yourself to some extent. Don't come to me every time you can't close the door. Oh. Gentlemen, I just went through... Well, Sharpment ladies. Ladies, I just went through the central system and didn't find anything. How's the progress there? All of them are normal combat data. What should I do? Do you want to continue searching? We definitely can't give up. Since we can use the key to hack through the back door, it means we have no problem interpreting that message. Well, why don't we just take this dinner gate away? Handing it over to line bits will double the speed, right? It's better than the three of us checking every track here. Even the older model of this dinner gate has nearly 5,000 tracks, which is even more than the calculated by sectors. Well, it seems that this is the only solution currently available. I hope there is no signaling devices hidden in the machinery. If there aren't any, just immense it. Kill all pursuer. I'll let you handle that then. Let's exit level 2. Rebella, ready to go? Wait a minute, did the decoding result of the previous message end up with an additional real number field? Let me take a look at 37821. Do you have any ideas? This number is within the logical sector range of this aircraft. I'm wondering if it's not just meaningless redundancy, but rather a direction. It's possible that if we only traverse this sector, we still had time and it's safer. Let's go. I hope it hasn't become a bad fan yet. Murder hobo. Okay, so the words, so when they said track, it should be threads, which makes sense. Honestly, it could be either or, but threads make more sense in this context. Leva and her team conducted an investigation on Sector 37821 and successfully found another hidden back door. This should be the place. Surprisingly, there's a second door hidden in this ed sector, which can even bypass system locks. Who could be using it? Since someone knows about this matter and came specifically to tell us, there must be something here. Rebella, could you please assist me in carefully tracing back and let's see what purpose that kind-hearted person had. Stop. We'll leave the security work during our operation to you. Yokai? Half an hour later. Leva, look. This label. Done. I made a good discovery. Let's withdraw from the second level, from level 2 first. This time we really need to withdraw. Leva, who returned to the research institution smoothly, immediately contacted Kruger and reported the clues she received in the warehouse one by one. Thanks to Rebella and Sop, we not only successfully cracked the information received by Kalina, but also located the system backdoor smoothly. Rebella also helped us a lot with the subsequent backtracking work. It seems we have worked together well. After all, we're all old friends, right, Rebella? I guess. Unfortunately, our backtracking scope is limited, and we can only find the object that set up this back door. We cannot further view more information through upstream nodes. We don't have much knowledge about those highly lethal dolls either. However, I believe that just by identifying a direct relationship between the Gerard group and these illegal arms groups, with the help of the director, it should be enough to mediate with the state government and rescue Colleen and Lena, right? But this is not the way I recommend. It will probably take more time. Is it enough? The relationship between the state government and the Gerard group is quite interesting. As she spoke, Leva projected a news report with a prominent headline, accompanied by a photo of a middle-aged man. It's old news from 6 years ago that the directors of Gerard Group entered politics. This gentleman named Rurik is currently a member of the state government in ODE 30. I feel like Japan has like 5 seiyus that they use all the time. Suda is one of them. No wonder the government of ODE-30 hastily placed Kalina under house arrest, perhaps due to the manipulation of the Gerard group. Yeah, it's still under observation as Gerard group applies to retain administrative management rights, and even a small scandal could have a serious impact. This time, Colleen's investigation of the other party's possession of highly lethal private weapons, not to mention even trace orders related to Helena and suspected fully immune individuals, naturally became a thorn in their side. But the state government, surprisingly, the state government would tactily approve a Gerard group. It is tacit approval, but not completely from the other party standpoint. This member of parliament from Rurik has gained tremendous popularity through the achievements of the Gerard group in the construction of Oderby? And because the Gerard group has made significant contributions to the economic and technological development of ODE-30, his speech in the state legislature is also highly influential. Although the state government is unlikely to collude with the Gerard group, in this situation, tacit approval and limited obstruction are probably all they can do, right? But the chief needs to report regularly to the central government. If the chief opposes, will the Gerard group be able to stop him? In theory, this is the case. However, based on our previous understanding, in addition to supporting the construction of ODE-30, the Gerard group has also been deeply involved in purification projects in recent years, relying on its own technical strength. Oh, so the Gerard group's been doing a lot. I thought they were only doing doll-related stuff, but they've been all over, it seems like. Or to be might mean Odessa. That's what I thought too. So hopefully that is. I can't imagine it as anything else. Having established this relationship, it's not impossible for them to sideline the current CEO. Even if not sidelined, the chief was unable to defend Kalina at this moment. Why? Although the external statement is that the chief affairs are heavy and there is a need for high-intensity targeted inspections of the Gerard group in the near future, which has led to accumulated work and illness, resulting in illness and rest. But the reality is that the chief has gone missing. Okay, I see. So it says here that basically the news at hand is that the chief is ill, but in reality is that the chief has gone missing. When was this confirmed? The specific time cannot be confirmed yet. But from the moment you discovered that the chief in contact with Kalina was actually a powerful doll named Sexton, state officials were unable to contact the chief again. And his accompanying secretary also went missing. Gerard group is really bold. Raiding electronic traps is still difficult to trace, and kidnapping the chief is a dead end. Perhaps it was forced by the situation. I don't think our investigation poses a high threat to the Gerard group. By the way, does the director have any clues regarding the sender of that message? Yeah, this is Kruger talking, yeah. No, the other party used a virtual communication account, which was destroyed after use. Whether it is an enemy or a friend is unknown. Has this clue also been severed? Well, although the evidence we currently have cannot shake the position of the Girard Group in ODE 30, your investigation results are sufficient to mediate with. It should be enough. Fortunately, the other party happened to step into the jurisdiction of the Namfa. It seems that we will be able to meet up with Colleen and the others soon. Well, I will restore their freedom as soon as possible. I will free them as soon as possible. You stay on standby, and the subsequent tasks are waiting for notification. Leibniz will carry out maintenance and upkeep for the three of you. Leva, although you have worked together before, after all, it has been many years. Remember to arrange simulation training. Yokai? Alright, long cutscene incoming, I believe. So yeah, we're getting a lot of information here. We're getting a lot. I'm wondering how it'll all come together. The door to the suite where Kalina lived was pushed open, and when Lena walked in, she quickly pounced on her. Leva, I'm so worried about you. Don't you often say that you're grown up now? You're still crying. But Leva suddenly shut down and was taken away. I went to inquire about your information with Lieutenant, what's his name again? Rodor and Director Kruger, but they refused to say anything. I'm back now, and we brought new friends. Kalina and I have received the message. It's Sop and Rebella, right? Lena released Leva and waves happily towards the door. Yep. Long time no see. I heard from Sister Leva before you joined Namfa, and haven't had the chance to meet again. It's great to see each other again. Let's talk about greetings later. Our task today has just begun. What's up? Lena once again turned her attention to the outside door and found that the special management personnel guarding the hotel had already lined up and stood in line. At this moment, Kalina, who had tidied up her appearance, stood solemnly in the center of the room facing the door. Please come this way. Thank you. Could you please guide me, Major? Passing through the queue in the Special Management office, walking in Rodor, and entering the room, is a middle-aged stranger. He was dressed in a suit, not very tall, with a gentle and friendly expression. Against the backdrop of the armed personnel in the Special Management office, he looked more like a warm breeze brushing across the iron wall. I like the description there. After stepping into the door, the other person showed an apologetic smile and walked quickly towards Kalina, bending slightly and taking the initiative to shake hands with her. I'm really sorry, Counselor. I was late because I was busy dealing with the follow-up affairs of ODE-01 earlier. One second. You're welcome. I should say thank you if you could spare some time to come amidst your busy schedule. Please, let's go talk in the room. Major, you stay and have all the people from the Special Management office at entrance withdraw. Now that the overall environment has stabilized, the counselor is no longer in danger of being attacked, and the allegations against her have been found to be deliberately guided from criminals. Understood. Frodo nodded outside the door, and the members of the Special Mansion office received instructions to leave one after another. Lena quietly approached Leva. Leva, who's his uncle? Did you forget about your daily work again? Stand still quietly, you'll know soon. Oh, I thought Sister Colleen was referring to Rebella and the others when she said she wants to meet someone today. The stranger and Kalina sat down on the sofa, and Frodor, who had already closed the door, stood quietly behind him. Look at the armband. I don't recognize him at first glance. Hurry up and be impolite. I forgot to... Oh, he said, excuse me for being impolite. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zimmerman, the current member of the ODE, Odyssey, probably, Odessa State Legislature. From now on, I will be mainly responsible for your reception, Madam Counselor. Excuse me, Congressman. Just call me Kalina. Thanks to your and the state's government's efforts, my subordinates and I were able to clear our suspicions so quickly. Thank you, Ms. Kalina, for your understanding. On behalf of the government and ODE 30, I would like to express our sincere apologies to you and the NAMPA administration. The matter has been resolved and there is no need to bring it up again. Hold on. A second. Yeah, let me just pull this up a little bit. There we go. That way you guys can see everything. Okay. I have received a notice from my superiors that my subordinates and I will officially participate in the investigation of illegal armed forces in the ODE 30 on behalf of NAMPA. Regarding my previous application for a meeting with the chief executive, may I trouble the counselor? This is exactly another matter I came to discuss, but... Patrick Bateman? Zimmerman looked around in embarrassment. They are all trustworthy elite figures of the NAMPA. No, please don't misunderstand, Miss Kalina. It's just that it seems inappropriate to discuss here. Oh? I see. Would you please ask the senator to choose a suitable location? I hope this matter can be resolved as soon as possible, and other tasks can be postponed. Pushing a bit harder now. That's really great. This is a foreign affair hotel of the state government, which is less than a 20-minute drive from the state government office building. If possible, please move to where we can discuss in detail. Everything will be arranged according to the arrangements of the senator. The car has been arranged and is downstairs. Please follow me. By the way, this matter is very important. Please go with your subordinates. Okay, I got it. After arriving at the council room, Leva and her delegation each chose their positions to be responsible for security. After waiting for Kalina to take her seat, Zimmerman also sat on the sofa across from her. Since I have received Miss Kalina's forgiveness, I will no longer say those polite words. In fact, inviting you here today is to have a detailed communication with you, detailed discussion with you about the matter of the chief executive. Right. Please go on. We have received your application to meet the chief before. Due to the situation at the time and the confidentiality requirements of the state government, we can only inform you temporarily through the major that the chief has been feeling unwell recently and the meeting needs to be rescheduled. But since the NANFA has officially participated in the investigation of illegal armed forces, some things can be expressed more clearly. There seems to be something difficult to say. Zimmerman took out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead. Why is he so nervous? Based on the information we currently have, the chief actually disappeared before ODE-01 incident. Before the ODE-01 incident, it seems. And we have attempted to contact the chief's secretary but have failed. So it's like this. Zimmerman, who noticed that Kalina did not show any surprise, involuntarily blinked twice before returning to normal. As NANFA, our ability to handle emergencies is better than ours. Hold on. As NANFA, your ability to handle emergencies is better than ours. Let's put it that way. Miss Kalina, before I officially announce what I'm going to say, please keep it confidential with your subordinates. That's natural. Please go on. Actually, just 2 days ago, we found the bodies of the chief and his secretary. What? According to the autopsy report and contact records of the chief, it is feared that the two individuals were killed before the ODE-01 incident occurred. We have retrieved nearby surveillance records, and the suspect is currently locked onto an armed doll who has not been registered with the Lua Lian. Please come by today, hoping that you can provide assistance. We need to confirm whether this doll is the one you mentioned earlier, replacing the chief sexton. Yeah, it looks like Sexton's replaced who the chief was, or the secretary, one of those two. Zimmerman turned on the projection screen, and the figure of Sexton's appeared on the surveillance screenshot. Please take a look. Although I didn't capture her front face, in terms of her figure, she should be right. As expected. The elegant Zimmerman's breathing became a bit rapid. He paused. His voice became suppressed, and his clenched fist let the few folds on his flat trousers. Oh, are about to have a tragic backstory? This is a serious contempt and malicious provocation towards public power, and for me personally, it is an absolutely intolerable act of violence. It seems that the senator and the chief had a good relationship. The chief is friendly to people and is also a teacher and a friend to me. I am able to go from being a foreign businessman to where I am today thanks to the promotion to CEO. To be honest, if it weren't for the chief executive's proposal to introduce foreign investment and a subsequent series of favorable business policies, my small company, perhaps it has been swallowed up by the major European conglomerates. So, Ms. Kalina, both publicly and privately, I hope to uncover the truth. I, as well as all the resources of the state government that I can mobilize, will fully cooperate with the investigation work of the NANFA. We must completely eradicate the illegal armed forces lurking in ODE-30. I'm glad to have your support. In fact, before the incident, Nampo had already established contact with the chief and launched an investigation. But, unfortunately, it seems that this is the reason why they targeted the chief. If I had noticed the chief's abnormality earlier and shared more with them, perhaps I wouldn't have. Mr. Counselor, please do not blame yourself too much. The other party has excellent skills, but we have not been able to detect it in a timely manner. You may not know that in the past 2 years, compared to the technological development in ODE-30, the chief had paid more attention to people's livelihood construction. Recently, it is a critical period for the Gerard Group's purification period jurisdiction to shift to administrative management, and the CEO has been traveling around the state of ODE of Odessa to investigate this matter. As a member of parliament who supports him, I maintain regular contact with them, but I was unable to discover any signs of his replacement before his death. This makes it difficult for me to forgive myself. My condolences. This incident has already occurred, and we need to do more. And what we need to do more is to arrest and bring to justice the illegal forces hidden behind the scenes, and then bring the development of ODE-30 back on track. This is what the chief would want. Yes, you're right. Sorry, I lost my composure due to personal emotions. No, without anger and sadness, there'd be no motivation to change. Zimmerman's embarrassment was resolved by Kalina, who gratefully pursed her lips and looked into the direction of Rodor. Major, please come over here for a moment. Zimmerman looks suspect? Possibly. That was a pretty big sob story. Like, he kind of just, like, randomly trauma dumped. But, we'll see what happens with that. Rodor walked up to Zimmerman, saluted, and waited for his next instructions. Miss Kalina, this is Lieutenant Colonel Fodor from the Special Security Management Office of ODE-30. You two have already met before. Well, since arriving at ODE-30, we have been under the care of Lieutenant Colonel Fodor. Don't be fooled by his youth. The Major is a rare talent in the Special Safety Management Office in recent years. He will lead the lead members of the Special Management Office to form an emergency response team and fully cooperate with your investigation work. Huh? Lena has been watching this conversation from a distance, couldn't help but speak up. After being patted by Leva, she quickly covered her mouth. The Major has also ordered to act before, and I hope everyone will not have any prejudice against him. It's all a work requirement, I can understand. Leva, why don't you bring your team members over and say hello? Upon receiving orders from Kalina, Leva walked over. Representing the team, Leva approaches Frodor. I am Leva, the captain of the tactical doll team directly under Counselor Kalina. These are my team members, Rebella, Sop, and Lena. Thank you for the payment, Lieutenant. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Faced with Leva's stress of certain words, Frodor did not retaliate, but nodded earnestly to each of the doll figures before shaking hands with Leva. Kalina looked at Leva, whispering, "Yeah," behind her, and gave her a bitter smile. I'll do my best to cooperate with everyone's work. Now that the cooperation has been established, Let's discuss the current situation and the basic direction of our future actions. Mr. Counselor, we have previously verified that the illegal machinery involved in OD-01 cooperations with armed police to intercept and attack us belongs to the Gerard Group. Although we have not yet been able to establish a direct connection between the Gerard Group and Sextants, based on the current situation, it is speculated that the Gerard Group is closely related to the unexpected death of its CEO. We have also considered the viewpoint you raised, and we have conducted necessary questioning and investigation of the responsible person of the Gerard Group. However, the other party claimed that these two incidents were just a coincidence, a chance coincidence. What kind of accidental coincidence? That's nonsense. Lena. It's okay, we're having a private meeting now, and I also hope to hear more opinions. Colonel Forder, you too. She isn't the one that's that, goddammit. Understood. The armed police of the security department arrested you, and they received false orders from the chief, which is a fact. But the control of those illegal machines is not owned by armed police, and there is no evidence to suggest that they were manipulated by that doll. Therefore, the responsible personnel of the Gerard Group stated that those illegal machinery were actually armed machinery that had been modified through formal procedures and prepared to be put on the market for resale. The attack that occurred on that day against you all originated from the accidental activation of those machines. The renovation is not yet complete, and during transportation, the machinery generated command confusion due to capturing gunshots, leading to indiscriminate attacks on the source of the gunshots. Therefore, the attack by the machines has nothing to do with the replacement of the chief. I have seen this conclusion in the investigation report issued by the NAMPA. So, the Gerard Group previously held jurisdiction over the state of Odessa and its surrounding purification zones. And through Congressman Ruick, I think you already know about him through the investigation report. Helena nodded in agreement. Through the relationship of Congressman Ruick, the Gerard Group has received many production orders for security machinery. In addition to opening a new production line, they are also responsible for the renovation of some old armed machinery. So, those who attacked us were these recycled and modified machines? Yes, due to some negligence, this batch of machinery was not registered with the state government and the NAMPA in a timely manner. In the ODE-01 incident, it was classified as illegal machinery. Okay, what about Sextants? There is almost no further information about her in the report I have seen. Is it true that the Gerard Group has no connection with Sextants in this incident? There is currently no loophole in the argument about the Gerard Group, and more clues will need to be found after finding Sextants. The Public Security Management Department has issued a wanted notice for her and is conducting a comprehensive search for her. So we're going to let Gerard Group slip around like this? Lena. I'm being reminded by Kalina. Lena made a gesture of pulling the zipper on her mouth. I understand everyone's doubts, but currently, it is not possible to make further accusations against the Gerard Group. However, because you have collected evidence directly related to the unrest that occurred in OD-01, including the Gerard Group and illegal machinery, they will also pay a price for it. The application submitted by the Girard Group to transfer the jurisdiction of the purification period to administrative management was originally under observation and is about to be approved. But it has not been rejected. The NAMFA, where you work, has also imposed penalties on them. Well, the NAMFA did impose a fine and a written warning on the Girard Group, and I have seen the relevant penalty notification. Sensing Zimmerman's subjective avoidance, Kalina gave up for this discussion about the relationship between the Girard Group and Sextants. Actually, I hope to have a better understanding of the Sextants we encountered from a technical perspective. Since the Girard Group possesses advanced mechanical technology, may I arrange a meeting with Congressman Rurik? Perhaps I can get more support through him. That might be difficult. Why? Recently, Congressman Rurik, no, it should be said that several members of the state government have been busy preparing for the election. What's he campaigning for? Sorry, I didn't make myself clear. The news has not been announced yet, so it's no wonder that Miss Kalina doesn't know. The chief encountered an accident, and both the public and the government urgently need a new leader. After confirming the death of the chief, we reported this matter to the central government of Luyang. Yesterday, the state government received an emergency administrative directive, and the central government requested that the state legislature temporarily elect an acting chief to act on behalf of the chief, taking into account public opinion. There is still more than a year left until the chief election. If the acting chief can stabilize the situation in Odessa during this period and ensure its continued healthy development, he may succeed in the upcoming election 1 year later. Therefore, members of the state legislature attach great importance to this, especially Congressman Rurik, who, as the chairman of the Girard Group, has a significant advantage in this election. He has recently stopped dealing with external affairs and is mobilizing various forces to prepare for election speeches in order to win more support after the news is announced. I see. Senator, don't you need to prepare? Working with NAMFA should take up a lot of your time. If the chief resigns normally, I should have no time to withdraw now. But I have neither strong financial support, nor the chief who has been promoting me all along. I originally only intended to watch this election from the sidelines. Zimmerman paused for a moment, his expression somewhat desolate. However, based on today's conversation with you, I have decided to actively participate in the election. Although it is highly likely that I can only accompany you, I must at least express the political views of the deceased chief. Okay, so now we're going to an election. In 2 days, the death of the chief and the upcoming election will be announced together, and the list of candidates will be announced within a week. After confirming the candidacy, there will be multiple opportunities to give public speeches and be interviewed. Although my intention may not be too high, I will not give up every opportunity. Well, I believe the residents of ODE 30 will feel it. Thank you. Of course, this will not affect my assistance to you. If you need anything, you can always ask me. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. At this stage, I do hope that Mr. Counselor can assist in approving the application. What application? I hope to investigate the villa where the chief's body was found. Can you help me coordinate and expedite the approval process? No problem. I will arrange it immediately. Please rest assured and wait for the news, Miss Kalina. Thank you. We will submit the investigation application immediately. Kalina looked at the time. Well, it's already this time. Let's not bother anymore. Providing assistance to you is what I should do. Hello, Frodor. Could you please arrange a vehicle for Miss Kalina and her subordinates back to the hotel? I will coordinate with the relevant departments to ensure that the application is approved as soon as possible. Understood. Miss Kalina and all the dolls, please leave with me. Oh, so much talking. A lot of yapping there. Yeah. My contemplation so far is that a fair amount of this was staged. I think a fair amount of this was staged. That way, what's his face can become the next chief or president or whatever they're going to call him. Like they say chief, but I'm pretty sure it's like prime minister or something like that. Saying goodbye to Frodor, Kalina and her team return to the suite located on the upper floor. Leva signaled to Rebella. Stop, this room is so big. The decoration is also very unique. Ah, yes, Kalina, can I take a look around? It's really fun. I never lived in such a big house before. Of course you can. Could you please keep an eye on Stop, Rebella? The funds of Namfa are not used to paying compensation. Of course. Let's go, Rebella. Stop pulled Rebella and ran around the room. The hidden monitoring and listening devices have been dismantled. Probably during the time we were away. Finally able to speak freely. I'm suffocating. Leva, Kalina, did I perform well before? Well, you are becoming more and more reliable. Lena was really good this time. She can help me take on more work in the future. Yay! That's right, I just said. Why did Rebella suddenly take me on a tour? I have completely overlooked the matter of monitoring. Speaking of which, this must have been arranged for demolition by Congressman Zimmerman, right? For this reason, we have specially sent all of us to the state government. This move not only preserves the face of both sides, but also demonstrates their importance and trust in you, the special envoy of Namfa, namely Kalina. It is quite beautiful. Yeah, but this just shows that the government has softened its attitude towards us on the surface. Just on the surface. Anyway, I don't quite believe it. Does Sister Colleen believe what Zimmerman said? According to intelligence provided by Kruger, Zimmerman's statements of the ODE-01 incident are in fact factual. He doesn't need or can't lie about the assassination of the chief and the election issue. Just, I have reservations about his views on the former CEO and his decision to passively face political developments and fully support our investigation. Is it that complicated? Fortunately, the director used the clues you discovered, Sister Leva, to successfully capture the first army of the Gerard group, making them less arrogant. Is that enough for you? At least one arm and leg must be removed from the opponent's powerful dolls to be considered qualified. Ah, stop. Oh, don't worry. Can we continue to investigate in the future? After being rectified once, Gerard will definitely be more restrained. Hey, Leva, why are you laughing? Did I say something wrong? Since the NAMFA has issued a penalty notice and related investigation report against the Gerard group, it means that this matter has come to an end, and the investigation must be terminated, at least in public. This should be the result of the mediation between a director and a member of parliament named Rurik. The other party's generous relinquishment of administrative power is probably due to the certainty of the upcoming interim chief election. The bullet that was finally fired was barely enough to burn the tip of the rabbit's tail. Ah, so what should we do? Just let him go like this? Of course not. It's just that we can't use the clues discovered this time and continue to demand their cooperation in an investigation. We need to change our perspective. Oh, I see. On-site investigation. Is Sister Colleen looking for new clues in the villa? But what if Zimmerman doesn't really support us? Maybe he'll also wear the same pants as Gerard group. Same pants. That's a weird saying. But I know what she means. Wow, just thinking about it, Sister Colleen. Let's quickly pack up and go back to our original residence. Maybe one day we'll be monitored again. Not yet. We're staying here to demonstrate our cooperative attitude. How much those pants cost? I don't know. Must be pretty expensive pants. Reinstalling listening devices. It is possible, but as long as the government of the ODE-30 does not want to break its ties with NAMFA, they will not act hastily. That Zimmerman didn't show any personal attitude. Who knows if he really doesn't want to be our enemy? Maybe I'm reporting to Luoric right now and preparing to delay the approval. Or say, maybe he's reporting to Luoric right now and preparing to delay the approval. Whether he is sincere or insincere, this is the first request made by NAMFA after the establishment of the cooperation. And the content is not excessive. He will not refuse to cooperate this time. Leva, I will first lead Sop and Lena to try to reach out to the other state government members and relevant departments to see if there is any additional intelligence. After the application is approved, you and Rebella will go to the crime scene and investigate on your own. Got it. Lena paused briefly. Besides, the commander also needs Lena's assistance in contacting. Although a secret code was previously agreed upon, there has been no opportunity to establish communication with the Elmo during the period. Are you worried about Senpai? However, I have recently received news from the other channels that Black Guy has undergone a ownership change operation, but the upstream and downstream are not clear. The event has become increasingly complex and requires synchronizing messages with the commander. Isn't that still worrying? Seeing Lena blush, Leva revealed a sly fox-like smile. But is this a bit strange? Previously, we have been trying to find direct evidence that the Black Guy and Sextants belong to the Gerard group. Now even the changed operation has been traced, but the original ownership still cannot be determined. Yeah, going by the context, that should be Darcher. They hide so deep. Rather than saying it's deep, it's more strange to be able to capture this operation itself. Don't you think this is like the anonymous message Colleen received? A suspicious gift? Colleen, is your source of information reliable? It should be considered trustworthy. However, I have also considered what you said, so it is safer to maintain covert investigation at this time, at this stage. Well, anyway, Lena should cooperate well with Colleen to contact the commander first. Uh-huh. Remember to convey your concerns, Colleen. Word for word. Shut up, Leva. Just kidding. But it's good that you guys get active and can cover us at the same time. Lena, Sup? Although I don't think those highly lethal dolls will appear for the time being. They are hidden and we are exposed. We have also disrupted the Chiraku's application for administrative management rights, and it's hard to guarantee that they won't retaliate. Colleen's safety is up to you. Don't worry, Sister Leva. They're gonna come over quickly. It's been a long time since I had a good fight. Communication is connected. The NAMFA has submitted an investigation request, and the object of investigation is the villa where the chief encountered an accident. Zimmerman is secretly assisting them to expedite the approval process. The other party has given up the investigation into that batch of illegal armed machinery. You should be safe now. Understood. It's really wise for Congressman Lurik to arrange for your intervention. This is Cocoon. Work hard. Beatty Shao School. Beatty Shao School. Her name is Cocoon. What, a Saudi person? Brodor. Yeah, he's the mole. They just basically spelled it out there that he's the mole. Let me take a sip first. All right. After presenting the investigation permits to the security personnel at the scene, Leva and Rebella successfully entered the crime scene. Arriving at the second floor, Leva entered the room that looked like a study. The search personnel in the room only looked up at them briefly before continuing their work. Leva calmly initiated a level 2 communication request with Rebella. It seems that Zimmerman has already informed the search personnel in advance, but as a precaution, let's use level 2 leveling. Let's use the level 2 system. Right. The speed at which the investigation application was approved was also very fast, and Zimmerman did not lack control as he claimed. That's natural. He is still a member of the state legislature of the ODE30, and a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. What is up with these comparisons? A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. But shouldn't we carefully investigate the first floor first? Not counting the time of the incident, it has been a few days since the investigators launched their investigation. The first floor where the chief was killed has already been thoroughly searched, and it should be difficult for us to find other clues. It's better to take a look at the second floor first, and then go to the first floor later. I just asked him to synchronize a copy of the search report. Let's also take a look at it, Rebella. As she spoke, Leva transmitted the search report to Rebella. The time of death of the chief and secretary is the same, and the cause of death is suffocation caused by bullet piercing the lungs. There are also only bullet holes inside. No bullets are stuck. So basically, the bullets went straight through the body. The bullet mark shows it's a handgun. Well, at close range shooting, both of them were hit in the vital spot with one shot. The secretary fell in the entrance hall, while the chief fell in the living room. Accurate and without hesitation, it seems that Sexton has received the order to silence. When the two were found, their bodies were highly decomposed, so it's been a long time, and their identities were confirmed through DNA identification. This villa is under the name of the chief's relative, and is usually unoccupied. According to the testimony of relatives, the villa was purchased by the chief commission party several years ago. Is this probably the reason why the chief security personnel didn't find this place in a timely manner? The surveillance records inside and outside the villa have been completely destroyed and covered. The doll was captured by an aerial surveillance camera with a more flexible patrol route. It is indeed a place where celebrities live, and aerial surveillance is difficult to avoid. But if only one surveillance camera captures her, she should have destroyed all the evidence, right? That's true, but the other party would rather take risks of being detected by surveillance to choose to take action here. It's likely that the situation is urgent and there might be some evidence left behind. The chief intentionally concealed the ownership of this villa, and there must be reasons behind it. Corruption? Who knows? Anyway, everyone has come. Just take a look around to avoid disappointing Zimmerman's kindness. Do you really think he's kind? Oh my, I'm not as suspicious as Rebella. I won't make conclusions without objective evidence. As Leva spoke, she began to casually rummage through the neatly stacked folders in the library. You're just like before. Does Rebella think I've changed? From the moment Griffin disintegrated and reorganized, many people changed. Yeah, who would have thought that the lively logistics officer we used to run around would become senior counselors in government agencies? This is normal for humans, as their entire lives are spent in constant change. Well, that's correct. Leva responded casually to Rebella, pouring her computing power into the file in front of the statistics. But dolls are different. Leaving 404 and joining Namfa with UMP 9 is not like the former UMP 45. Isn't it like that? I think there's no difference. Moreover, we haven't left 404 yet. We're just temporarily splitting tasks. Although the affiliation has not been transferred to Namfa, is this the first time we've been separated from 404 for such a long time? That's true, but currently 404 has been entrusted to teammates. Although I miss them a lot, I'm not too worried. Once all these troubles are resolved, Lena and I will naturally walk away and reunite with them. What about? So how about that? Has it eliminated some factors that affect Rebella's mind to some extent? I don't understand what you're saying. Let me clarify a bit, Rebella. You've always had doubts about me, not just because of performance, but because you care about my position, right? Well, don't show an awkward expression. Rebella is willing to take the initiative to bring it up, so I feel at ease. Actually, if it were me, I would also doubt it. Why would Squad 404, which has always insisted on self-management, no absolute stance, and is unwilling to be constrained, be willing to act with Namfa? Once a cooperative relationship is established with such government agencies, many jobs will be forced to stop. I really don't understand. The enemy is very tricky, and I don't want to cooperate with doubts. Actually, you and Sop are the same. We are? Based on the information I have, you and Sop have not actually joined Namfa. Your organization is still the AR team. It has just become a PMC. It's just the AR team. Breaking away from Griffin's AR team and wanting to continue surviving, we had to change our form. Does Arabella not care about me investigating you at all? I care, and I won't stop to care. But it's not a secret either. Arabella calmly processed the information in front of her, without even looking up. She quietly waited for Leva to continue the topic just now. Squad 404 does have more options. Speaking of which, after 2065, the business of Squad 404 has been getting better and better. Public and private orders are constantly increasing. Do you understand what this means? The war has turned into a place where the light cannot be seen. Proxy battles. Without the merger of Germany and France into the League of Nations. Oh, really? The Neo-Soviet Union also began to merge with the League of Nations. And many parties were committed to maintaining a friendly cooperative relationship. The gunfire on the surface gradually ceased, but the undercurrent became increasingly turbulent. 404, who relies on great disputes to make money, suddenly says they hope for world peace. This may seem like a joke, but no matter what, it needs a boundary, and even the most ambiguous boundary requires order. After all, 404 is wandering on this boundary, and I don't want one day my teammates to be swallowed up by the undercurrent one by one. Coincidentally, the Namfa Bureau, Sorry. Coincidentally, Nampo can maintain the order I want, and our goals are aligned. So, your fundamental goal is still to protect 404. Of course. I am just an ordinary second-generation doll, and once the logic is written, it will not be easily changed. Protecting the future of 404 is a responsibility that I, as the leader of 404, must bear. Former leader. For this reason, I will do my utmost to assist the Namfa. Sorry for the trouble. They have given enough. For you, even if you don't believe in the conscience of 404, you still have to believe in the contractual spirit of 404, right? Alright. That's great. As she said, trust is the foundation of cooperation. So what? Leva blinked her eye in the face of Rebella's lightning gaze. So, can Rebella also solve some of my doubts? I know you've been disclosing for nothing. Oh, everyone would be curious if the AR team came to assist Namfa instead of searching for the They're still searching for Emperor A1? It's been 10 years. Everyone would be curious if the air team came to assist Namfa instead of searching for the missing Emperor A1. Upon hearing the name Emperor A1, Rebella did not hesitate too much. People don't stay still, they just choose different directions. The air team has lost grip of intelligence support, and the Namfa is a good choice. Is that all? On an objective level, subjectively, I hope that we can live more like humans and make human choices like humans. Since being transformed to a third-generation doll by Persica, my underlying my underlying logic has constantly changed, which has given me more curiosity and longing for humanity, as well as more empathy. Empathy is a somewhat vague term for dolls. Does the AR team all think the same way? Faced with Leva's question, Rebella sighed. No. Their bodies are even more special than mine, and once damaged, they are almost impossible to replace. We know about that. This makes them, like humans, have a life that only exists once. But their underlying logic is like that of ordinary dolls, always putting commands first. Upon hearing Rebella's words, Leva paused for a moment. So, Rebella hopes they can make choices like humans? Well, I know it's difficult, and more depends on Persica's research. Currently, what I most hope for is to walk towards the future together, with the members of the AR team. Assisting Namfa is not a peaceful mission. Since Rebella is worried about the safety of her teammates, why did you still take Sop into danger? As far as I know, after Griffin's disintegration and reorganization, many dolls have chosen a more conventional lifestyle, which is the life of ordinary people. Is it not much different now from executing tasks given before? Perhaps in your mind, my choices may not logically be consistent, but they are different for me. I am no longer a T-doll fighting for sake of battle. and my teammates and I no longer rely solely on cold forms and code for our lives. I am well aware of this. Well, it's hard for me, an ordinary second-generation doll, to understand. Is that so? Well, at least there is no fundamental conflict between our goals. Leva walked up to Rebella and reached out her hand. Now, we all work for Namfa, and you and Sop are my teammates, just like 404. They are my own people. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Suddenly shaking hands, the search personnel must have thought we were very strange. What are you afraid of? We are dolls. Looking at Leva's outstretched hand, Rebella hesitated for a moment before finally shaking it back. Now, let's talk about business. Did you find anything? No, they are all copies of contract documents or filing materials related to the construction of ODE-30. The confidentiality level is very low, and most of them have already been made public, so they seem useless. Kalina sent the wrong person. The tracing should be done by... She's pretty saying Kalina sent the wrong person for this mission. She should have sent in Sop. Really? I actually think that Rebella has discovered the problem already. I did? Nowadays, most contracts opt for online verification of biometric information, online signing, and electronic backup retention. But here, at the Chief, there are paper versions that have not been saved in a dedicated database. Isn't that strange? If it's not illegal storage of confidential documents, is it intentional? Did the Chief intentionally store it here in the form of paper media? It can be assumed that, although paper is easily damaged, as long as it is transported properly, it's not easily traced by mainstream electronic means nowadays. Plus, the electronic traps were encountered before. The Chief should have been prepared for this earlier. He's a very conscious person, but unfortunately... Furthermore, you see, although these contracts and filing materials are all pointing to construction projects in recent years in ODE-30 or nearby green and purification zones, they all have another commonality. The Girard Group. Based on the fact that the Chief has secretly cooperated with Namfa to investigate the fact that the Girard Group holds illegal armed forces, this villa is probably a secret base for storing the Chief's investigation results and secretly contacting collaborators. No wonder Chief wants to borrow someone else's name. Besides, look here. Leva hands over a stack of reports to Rebella. These are the maintenance costs of public facilities in the ODE-30 in recent years. The year's expenses are so high. Yeah, I made a simple curve chart, and I made a simple curve chart, and you see not only this year but also in recent years, it has been climbing steadily. Compared to those contract materials in recent years, the development speed of ODE-30 has actually been slowing down. This is the purpose of Girard Group's active participation in the construction. Text. There is investment in the early stage, affinity with the government, providing technology and resource assistance at a low price. Then, with the help of public opinion, allow the high-level officials of Gerard to enter the parliament in order to further win public opinion. At the same time, it can also maintain the group's right to be informed of the overall construction situation of ODE-30 in order to continuously strengthen the group's political infiltration and economic control over ODE-30. So becoming a large soft power, that's basically what that means. And then use their own patents to arbitrarily increase maintenance costs. If this continues, the return on investment will far exceed using normal business methods. Okay, so it's a money scheme now. So they're trying to dry out the public? Or they're trying to dry out the government, maybe. Maybe both. And all of this was driven by the chairman of Gerard, Congressman Rurik. He is truly an outstanding businessman. No, he should be called a strategist. According to the data, the Gerard Group currently undertakes over 50% of the urban construction tasks for the satellite cities in Odessa and its surrounding areas. If the Gerard Group has ulterior motives, it may even be able to affect most of the urban functions of the white and green zone joint city cluster in ODE-30 in a short period of time, and also restrain the progress of the purification progress in multiple surrounding purification zones. No wonder the chief is so wary of them, even conducting secret investigations against them. Yeah, that's a lot of power that they're getting. Yeah, it's one big money scheme. So basically what they're saying right now, this is all very political, but from what I understand it, the Gerard Group is gaining influence by holding so much power over construction of satellite cities and purification zones that they will become the de facto leaders, because civilians rely heavily on purification zones. So if they get more power that way, they get more influence. And if they get more influence, that's more popularity for the congressman. And it might be their way of usurping the ones already in power through the URNC. Yeah, they're basically an oligarchy, yeah. That's right, yeah. That's... I don't want to get into, like, real world politics, but yeah, you are right, Longtran. That is basically what they do. They get so much power that people have to listen to them. Not only that, but this is also an important bargaining chip used by the Gerard Group to retain the administrative management rights of ODE-30. After all, if the holder of administrative management rights is the Gerard Group, some expensive patent fees can be waived, and Gerard, out of a sense of social responsibility, will pay out of her own pocket to build ODE-30. The current Gerard Group is like the gangsters of ODE-30. If patent fees are no longer paid to the Gerard Group, most urban construction facilities will require varying degrees of renovation and reconstruction, which is almost impossible for the current government. Based on the situation, if the state governments supported by the foreign force of Luolan shows too obvious or too strong opposition to the locally born group of Gerard, and even rashly rejects the application or administrative power, public opinion will shatter the peace that ODE-30 had finally achieved. Time is not long enough for the residents of ODE-30 to completely forget that they once belonged to a completely independent Neo-Soviet Union. The director was forcing the state government to bow down. Unfortunately, this is still our speculation, and there is no evidence to prove that Gerard's maintenance quotation is untrue. However, when it comes to government projects, the cost accounting should not be left to the Gerard groups for the final say. This is another point that concerns me. Normally, from an anti-monopoly perspective, the state government would not allow the Gerard group to participate in so many construction projects, as there may be more elusive interest chains hidden behind them. Perhaps the chief was killed after discovering the clues. It's not entirely certain yet. This room is all we need. We haven't investigated yet. Leva glanced lightly at the laptop on the chief desk. I just saw it. It's encrypted. Can it be cracked now? Well, can Rebella handle it alone? There are many people here, and it's better to leave one person to pay attention to the surrounding situation. I got it. Then I'll let you handle it. The encryption level is not simple, but the defense is moderate, and I can handle it alone. Leva, how's the situation on your end? Don't worry, everything is normal. Well, I'm moving out. What a nice simulation, yeah. Alright, so that was like a big information dump there. I'm glad that it was pretty easy to figure out. So it would come in, and it could be like one or two ways. One, they're doing it like the China way, or it can be the Monopoly way. Honestly, they kind of work hand in hand, to be honest, because what China does is basically a monopoly. So it seems like their main idea is to get so much influential power on construction and safety that they'll overpower the government. Yeah, it's both. Yeah, both is, or rather, you can interpret it as both. Yeah. Man, I was not expecting this grounded of politics, to be honest. I was not expecting that. I'm gonna be real with you. The encryption method is quite complex and requires some time. Well, the situation is normal now, and there is plenty of time. Why are you surprised though? You have to use what you know. Usually people don't go into this much depth when it comes to politics in video games or media in general, to be honest. Usually, if you go into deep politics, it's usually like an actually political story. And I know war and politics tend to go hand in hand, but I always feel like that Ghost Frontline 1 has always leaned more towards on focusing on how politics is affected by, or how war is affected by politics, not necessarily how politics affects society as a whole. You know what I mean? Just as Rebella was about to continue cracking the password, chaotic footsteps and reprimands came from outside the door. Not too loud, but very stern. The chief holds confidential data from the state government. How could you allow unrelated individuals to enter without authorization? Non-military force management has officially intervened in the investigation. Miss Kalina's request to search the scene is not unreasonable. That's from Zimmerman. Well, what I really mean is that they don't do it well. The ones who do social commentary on politics, they tend to not do it well in fiction. But the politics that's being done here in Ghost Frontline is very realistic right now. Is what I'm saying. Not too much? I'll deal with you after I clean this up. Ooh, their fire is so strong. According to the voice print comparison, one of is Congressman Zimmerman, and the other voice print is another person that's not in the collection database. I'm afraid this new friend will cause us trouble. Rebella, temporarily stop investigating the chief computer. Send a message to Colleen. Maintain level 2, and wait for my orders to at any time. Yes. Yeah, that's what I mean, Redhorn. That's a good way to put it. Modern fiction lacks sincerity. Yeah. That's a really good way of putting it. Leva quickly cuts out Leva quickly cuts out level 2 and turns towards the entrance of the study, blocking the table behind her with her body. Almost at the same time, a well-dressed middle-aged man strode in, followed quickly by Zimmerman. After the search personnel in the room saw the person coming, they stopped their work and saluted them at attention. Don't be so polite, just continue your work. My brain is all about petting the murder puppy. I love Sop. Like, just seeing her again, seeing her act the way she did, I was like, wow. It's unreal how much I missed you. That's what I was thinking the entire time whenever Sop pops up. After speaking, Zimmerman quickly stood between the middle-aged man and Leva. Come on, let me introduce you all. These two are subordinates of Councillor Kalina. T-Dolls, Leva and Rebella. This is Mr. Ruick, the current member of ODE 30. I heard a lot about you and the Gerard group, Congressman Lurik. Okay, Lurik and Rurik. Okay. Rurik turned a blind eye to Leva and turned his head with a displeased expression, scolding the search personnel at the scene. We allowed you to condone the entry of idle people into the scene. Capture them! The search personnel, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, looked awkwardly between the three parties. Can you afford the leakage of confidential documents from the state government? Well, understood. With the pressure of Rurik, the investigators surrounded Leva and her two companions. We hold an investigation permit approved by the government of ODE 30, so we shouldn't be considered idle people, right? Idle people, right? Do you have a misunderstanding, Congressman Rurik? A misunderstanding? Yeah, it was Senator Zimmerman who specifically coordinated for us so we could get this permit so quickly. Is that correct, Congressman Zimmerman? Leva showed the investigation permit to Rurik, who only glanced at him and then glared fiercely at Zimmerman. Yes, I have informed the relevant departments to expedite the approval process. Although the tone was relatively calm, everyone could see the thin layer of sweat on Zimmerman's forehead. I asked you to assist the NAMFA in investigating the chief's death and the illegal armed forces behind it. Wouldn't you allow them to steal government confidential documents? Ms. Kalina and her subordinates only participated in the on-site search according to the formal investigating process and did not involve document theft. Not involved? Investigating the case, instead of prioritizing the search for evidence at the scene of the incident on the first floor, should we directly enter the study on the second floor? The logical composition of dolls is different from that of humans, and perhaps they can find clues from other perspectives to help us catch the culprit who murdered the chief as soon as possible. I see that your logic is quite similar to theirs. Is the government's set level of confidentiality just a decoration? Rurik raised his voice and raised his head fiercely. At present, these two dolls have been exposed to highly confidential content from the state government and must be arrested as soon as possible to clear their minds. Ooh, okay, you're not going to do... That's not going to happen. Control them and bring them back to the Public Security Administration. Mr. Rurik. Is the Public Security Administration also under management of the Druid group? At least not on the surface. Gillian warned us to not cause conflict. We need to find an opportunity to run away. Be careful not to hurt anyone, especially those two legislators. Just as Leva and Rebella were taking defensive stances, hurried footsteps came from outside the room again. Leva, Rebella, your eviction has been successful. Is Congressman Zimmerman also present? What's going on here? And is this Senator Rurik? Seeing Kalina appear, most of the people present breathed a sigh of relief, except for Rurik, who furrowed his brow even more. Miss Kalina, why are you here? I finished work early today and wanted to come take a look. We had many contacts with the chief before he was killed, and he is likely to be killed as a result. I hope to urge my subordinates to work more and assist you in finding the murderer as soon as possible. Are two legislators also here for this? Yeah, originally there was a regular meeting of the state legislature today, but due to the chief's affairs, many proposals are difficult to continue discussing. Senator Rurik is concerned about this matter and has always respected the chief, So he proposed to come to the scene to take a look. But unexpectedly, as soon as we arrived, we discovered that your subordinate was attempting to steal confidential documents from the government of the ODE-30, not the Counselor of the Military Administration Bureau. Stealing secrets? Leva, what's going on? We're just following the normal process of on-site evidence collection, but it seems that the Senator has confirmed our guilt and is preparing to take us back to the Public Security Administration to clear our minds. Is that so? Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, my subordinates are dolls and their control is in my hands. Their actions also fully directed by me. Do you think I ordered them to steal secrets? Luna's tone is not heavy, her expression is gentle, but her words are powerful. She stood in front of Rurik without giving in at all. Staring at the two dolls, Rurik also turned his gaze to her, and Zimmerman quickly stuffed the handkerchief back into his pocket and took a step forward. Miss Kalina, I guarantee with my personal and family reputation that this is all a misunderstanding. Well, I believe in you. And I also believe in Congressman Rurik. Since it was a misunderstanding, it must be resolved in a timely manner to avoid any further unpleasantness between the government of the ODE-30 and the NANFA. That couldn't be better. Leva, explain to the members of Parliament in detail. Could the surrounding service personnel also come over and hear if her statement is incorrect? Yes. It's like this, gentlemen, actually. Right, 1 second. Nice guys we get screwed over in this series. They do. At Kalina's greeting, Leva walked up to explain. The service personnel in the room, with the tacit approval of Rurik, also approached. At the same time, information came from the always quiet Level 2 communication. Rebella, take action and complete the decryption immediately. Copy out all the information. Got it. Nice guys typically get shot out back. Or to get sliced in half.
Copy
100% copy complete. I have obtained all the information in the chief computer. Nice! At the same time. Leva blinked at Kalina, who immediately understood. Hold on. What element is RO? Electric. Ladies and gentlemen, based on Leva's account and the evidence provided by the investigators, my subordinates only briefly checked the contracts on the table after entering the room. Although some of them are classified as confidential documents, the level of confidentiality is relatively low. With our possession of a search certificate, this only constitutes a minor violation of discipline. I apologize for my subordinate's reckless review of documents without reporting it. In the future, I'll further regulate their behavior. Can you please make some concession? That's natural. No. Regardless of the level of confidentiality, project details are confidential content, and you cannot avoid the consequences of leakage. The content they see cannot be retained and must be eliminated. I understand your concerns. After all, this matter was our negligence. First, since Congressman Ruick emphasizes the system, we also need to act according to the system. What are you trying to say? The State Assembly of ODE 30, to which you belong, does not have the authority to impose penalty. Oh. Moreover, my subordinates are under the jurisdiction of NAMFA, which has a equal cooperative relationship with the government of ODE 30. Even if it is necessary to eliminate mental records, it should be carried out by a professional organization of NAMFA, and the results of the execution will be synchronized with your side. As for execution time, NAMFA has detailed plans for such incidents, and the entire process usually takes 2 months. Of course, we will effectively supervise the relevant processes to speed up the process. After all, we will promptly inform you of the execution date and location. If interested, Member of Parliament Ruick can apply through official channels to come and supervise. Prior to this, if any relevant data is leaked, NAMFA will actively cooperate with the investigation. We have no reason to bear the risk, and I don't have time to wait for your approval. Legislators don't need to wait especially, and they don't have time to personally supervise. Just send subordinates over. Ruick glared angrily at Kalina, and the atmosphere was about to erupt. Zimmerman took a deep breath and stood between the two again. Okay. The most important thing now is to investigate the death of the Chief and Legal Arms Forces, isn't it? And Senator Ruick, do you still have the important matters to attend to? Focusing on such small things is a waste of your time, isn't it? If you are really worried, since I am responsible for entertaining Miss Kalina, then I will go and supervise them when the time comes. He doesn't even need to fake the mind wipe. They have 2 months to get it done. And 2 months is like way more time than they need to get this all sorted out. Ruick nodded slowly, his face still gloomy. He gave orders to surrounding search personnel, but his gaze never left. In the villa where the chief died, there were confidential documents of the state government of Odessa. From now on, all people except the searchers of the Security Administration Department left. After the documents were properly transported away, the investigation continued. Do you understand everything? Understood. Madam Counselor, I have other matters to attend to today, so I won't send them. No need for you to bother. Congressman Zimmerman, it is essential to safely escort the Counselor and her department back to the hotel. Do your job well and leave a good impression on the lady. Without waiting for Zimmerman to answer, Congressman Ruick nodded perfunctorily to Kalina and walked away quickly. Yeah, she handled that well. Or if I just pull her Ron Swanson. Zimmerman took out his handkerchief again, wiped the sweat off his forehead. Man, he sweats a lot. And forced his smirk to Kalina. Legislator Ruick has always been strict. In addition In addition, the administrative management application of the Gerard Group has been rejected, and the CEO has suddenly encountered an unexpected situation. He has been under a lot of pressure recently and is not paying much attention to his words. Don't worry. No, everyone follows the process. That's good. I'll arrange for the driver to take everyone back to the hotel first. We'll notify you after the documents here have been transported and the investigation is open. Right. Leva and her group bid farewell to Zimmerman and returned to the room, where Lena and Saab quickly welcomed them. Leva, are you okay? When I suddenly received the message from Zimmerman's secretary, I was startled. Sister Grace, who's Grace in this case, still doesn't let me and Saab follow. Oh, is it Colleen? Yeah, it's probably Colleen. Yeah, this is Colleen. Kalina. Grace. Wow. Okay. Look at us. Aren't we doing well? If Colleen lets you two follow, it will really turn into an accident. Leva affectionately touched Lena's head. I'm just worried about Sister Leva. No wonder you came so quickly, Kalina. Well, thanks to Zimmerman, he realized the situation was not right and promptly notified me after departing from the state government. Zimmerman appears weak and previously unwilling to openly express his attitude towards the Gerard Group, but in reality, he has made many small moves. But are you really just trying to investigate the chief cause of death and eradicate legal arms forces by trying so hard to show us goodwill? At least for now, it appears that his interests align with ours. That's also true for politicians. They don't have any ambition. They're actually strange. It's too coincidental that we just received the application to investigate and were bumped into by Rurik. Okay, doesn't it seem strange that we just received the application to investigate and we bumped into Rurik? No, it's not a coincidence. Yeah, even if the chief dies, the legislators who are busy preparing for the election don't need to suddenly run into the scene. According to the intelligence we have gathered, there is only a conflict between the chief and Congressman Rurik. Remembering and respecting. Just kidding. Does Leva mean that our whereabouts have been exposed? As soon as Rurik arrived, he knew very well that Rebella and I would directly enter the second floor of investigation. I'm afraid his eyeliner were planted among the searchers who present. Would it be targeted from the moment we applied for the investigation? Maybe even earlier. When we contacted the commander a few days ago, we also mentioned that someone had forged the agreed upon secret code and tricked the Elmo into the yellow zone. Huh, that's a reference. However, the commander was ambushed, although everything turned out fine. Leva shrugged and remained non-committal. The internal relationships of the government of ODA 30 are not clear enough, and everyone's actions need to be more cautious. Rebella, is there any abnormality in the data you copied from the chief computer? Within the visible range, the number of files is very small, and there are no abnormalities. The chief's computer has almost no other content except for a few official documents, so you should have a habit of regularly cleaning data. But looking at the disk space, there shouldn't be only this little data. Just in case, I saved the hidden cache files and disk fragments. I don't know if there are any clues in these files. Well, for safety reasons, let's leave it to the professional to analyze. This week, I'll initiate a repair request with line minutes. Stop, prepare yourself. Prepared? To be prepared? I'm fine. I can shoot and kill a team of SF dogs to just one bullet. But in 2 days, you'll accidentally cause a little bit of damage. Is there a fire attack in 2 days? Do you mean this? It's great. Is it Gerard machinery? Our sextants? Our Darcher? Rebella, let's make those two guys into specimens and put them in the room. Although I feel a bit amused, do I look the same way in Leva's eyes? Stop. Clea wants you to personally bring the copied contents to line minutes. Gerard Group has strong electronic warfare capabilities, and our encrypted network may not be secure, so transmitting through solid-state media would be relatively safe. Oh. It's like, oh. Sop, who just recently regained her energy, instantly wilted. Although the contents of the villa have been stored for several days without being transported away, it is highly likely that Rurik is just using it as an excuse to interfere with our investigation. Just like before. But since the CEO was able to force the Gerard Group to kill someone, he must have known something. We cannot miss any clue. Sop, you have the best maneuverability, and it would be most suitable for you to escort. After the application is submitted, you can leave. Okay, got it. Murder puppy running the government's a terrible idea. Ooh, 2 weeks later. Wow. Okay. I feel like if Sop was in charge, she would just make a battle arena. Excuse me. A lot of talking, so a little parched right now. Is this around the time they leaked the password and the Elmo was heading to Darcher's Trap? Yeah, it should be. Because UMP9, I'm going to say that right now because I'm blanking out for a little bit. UMP9 said that it was only a few days ago when she contacted the commander. So yeah, it's around that time. That's all arena kids, let's go. Yeah, but they'd be all SF and Gerard. It wouldn't be any Griffin T-Dolls or IOP T-Dolls. It'd just be just SF and Gerard machinery. The sound of news broadcast echoed in the room, and Leva leaned against the window, her gaze following the aerial cameras flying in the sky, ultimately landing on the live footage projected from the giant screen of the distant commercial street. Oh my, so lively. I feel like I was mourning for the chief and condemning illegal armed groups a few days ago. In the blink of an eye, the first polling results of the election have been released, and the specific time and regulations of the election has also been set. The central government of Luoyang demands that the temporary chief election be simplified in all aspects, and that the process and duration be shortened. The duration has indeed been shortened, but the scale cannot be said to be simplified. Congressman Ruick's campaign speech today was like the performances of those superstars before World War III. Wow, there are 10,000 people down there. Just stay with Rick, alright? Just stay with Rick, right? Other legislators have also been given speeches, so there's no such grandeur. Congressman Zimmerman's speech was not even broadcasted in real time on news channels, only posted online, and a few shots were given in the news and passed by. According to results of the first poll, Zimmerman does not have an advantage. The late chief's conservative and steady political views did not have much appeal to the people of ODE 30. Yeah, he needs to work harder. That's kind of harsh. Yeah, he needs to work harder. If he falls significantly behind from the beginning, those helpless free votes will not vote for him afterwards. Hey, apart from broadcasting the entire speech, there is also an exclusive interview arranged after the speech. It's better for ODE 30 to directly stick the next CEO's brand on Ruick and keep it simple. Member of Parliament, just now you mentioned in your campaign speech that after you entered politics, the Girard Group not only supported the construction of ODE 30, but also formed close cooperation with Rolanda in many aspects. What's Rolanda? Can you please introduce it? Certainly, however, first of all, I need to correct one of your statements, Miss Reporter. It is well known, since the promulgation of the development agreement, Odessa was classified as a white city to support the construction of Odessa, which itself was cooperating with Luoyang. Oh, it's for Zartrism? Okay. In recent years, the Girard Group has mainly been committed to summarizing the problem encountered by our side in supporting the construction of ODE 30 and organizing them into feasible implementation plans to provide assistance for the purification project construction vigorously promoted by Luoyang. At present, the purification vehicles we assist in producing have been deployed to multiple administration regions and around the state of Odessa. You should have seen these many times in the news. Yes, not far behind me is the factory invested and built by Girard Group, with many purified vehicles that have been assembled and are waiting for transportation. So regarding the future developments of the Girard Group, I wonder if there is any information that Congressman Ruick can disclose? I have to apologize for that. Multiple projects are in the planning stage, but it's not yet time to make them public. However, the Girard Group has already invested most of its available funds in early-stage investments for such businesses, so soon, Girard Group will conduct a stock issuance. A lot's happening while we're hanging around the Amo. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of the Trails of series. So like Trails of Cold Steel, Trails of Azure, Trails of the Sky. They all happen like within like the same couple of years. But they all happen very closely together, and they're all like big events that are happening at the same time. This is kind of like what's happening in this game right now. This is really good news for the residents living in Odessa. Presumably, the secondary market will also cause great shock. Is it okay for Senator Ruick to disclose this news in advance? No reporter asked that. What the hell? Gerard Group is currently a good large commercial conglomerate, but the funds we collect from the stock market come from residents, and after investing in technology research and development for urban reconstruction, we can effectively help residents. We will never forget that Gerard started from a small factory in Odessa and relied on the support of Odessa residents to get where she is today. On behalf of the Gerard Group, I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone. Yeah, the main issue with having a large interconnected plot is that there is extremely slow progression. I think that's like the only real issue. And that's why we rarely see it, or we rarely saw it in Ghost Frontline 1. It only happened once, really. We also want to thank you and the Gerard Group for their assistance to 30 states of Odessa. 30 states. I keep doing that. ODE 30. Looking back at Ruick's smile on TV, Linda turned her head away unhappily. It's just cliches. Boring. Sister Colleen, can we stop watching? Okay, okay. Linda smiled and turned off the TV. The interview script was clearly written in advance, otherwise how could it not mention the incident of the Gerard Group manipulating an illegal arms group to attack Sister Kalina? I already turned the page. The previous turmoil was completely painless here for the Gerard Group. The only impact is probably causing their previously issued stocks to drop slightly. Just a little bit. It won't affect the market value of the Gerard Group at all. But even a little bit of it has fallen. Most people buy the rise and not the fall. Is it appropriate for the Gerard Group to choose to issue more shares at this time? Most likely it'll be sold out. Yeah, the point where it fell suddenly rose back with the announcement of the decision for the temporary chief election. In recent days, the stock of Gerard Group has been skyrocketing. At this time, news of additional issuance has come, and both ordinary investors and large enterprises are unwilling to miss a good opportunity of the pie in the sky. So this is all pretty good politics too. Obviously, if there is a business, and the guy in charge that says, hey, I want to be the next prime minister, they're going to invest more into that company, especially if they're going to be projected to win. So this is all good politicking so far. Did we just let them do bad things and make money out like this? I can't bear it, Sister Leva. After the last legal machinery in ODE-01 turmoil, the Gerard Group has fully increased its vigilance and its vulnerabilities have become fewer and fewer. To sanction them, it is necessary to seize the opportunity and prepare sufficient evidence. Colleen, has the result of Linebids come out yet? I saw that you have scheduled a video conference with her in your schedule today. I can't hide anything from you. It's time for everyone to join in. Lena looked at the terminal. Leibniz has already joined the meeting. Lena projects a video frame. Sop's nose appeared exaggeratedly in front of the camera. Lemon, your camera's pretty good. Has been specially enhanced for clarity? Don't touch it randomly. If it's damaged, I won't be able to video with Persica tonight. So what? Anyway, every time you watch a video, you keep talking endlessly. Persica is either sleeping or researching new technologies, and she won't appear in front of the camera. Your voice communication is the same. It's normal for genes like Persica to have no free time for videos, but my attitude must be correct. This is the agreed daily communication. It's hopeless. What are you doing standing there? Did I get stuck? I only increased the bandwidth a few days ago. No, the signal's fine. No, there's no problem. Let's get down to business. Well, let's make a long story short. The copied files you have sent have no abnormalities. I carefully checked all visible and hidden files and did not find any abnormal fields. So... However, in addition to these files, there are some redundant data in the copied content. Although this is a normal situation, I try to handle it conservatively. No wonder you requested an extension before. Did you notice? Well, some of the data was recovered and found to belong to system logs, indicating that it was some operation by the chief regarding the email. Combined with the chief email account you provided me, I traced it back to the server. Although the records of the server have been basically cleaned up, combined with the surplus local data, I have still recovered a few emails, most of which are normal government documents, but one of them only contains a string of characters. Another string of characters? Well, this time the string is not encrypted. It's obvious that it's a coordinates plus a string of constant fields. But what's most concerning is the recipient of this email. Who is it? Lyman stared at Kalina for 2 seconds. It seems you really don't know. It's you, Kalina. Your name is written on the recipient's location, and after confirming with Mr. Kruger, the recipient's account is also confirmed to be yours. Me? Uh-oh. Kalina, who received an unexpected answer, quickly checked their email. I have not received this email. Because this email was not successfully sent, the signal interruption could not be determined whether it was accidental or artificially intercepted, unless you can provide the hardware equipment. The chief's personal computer is currently under state government control. Then there's no solution. Once the control is lifted, no trace will be left for us. Anyway, let me synchronize the specific content with you first, and then it won't be within my personal scope. As she spoke, Kalina's terminal received a text message with a picture attached. At first, the image appears to be a video screenshot of an empty laboratory, but upon closer inspection, one can notice the exposed ear tips at the bottom of the image. Is this Persica? Well, it was cut off during the video communication yesterday. Seeing Persica sleeping due to hard work, I have no reason to slack off. Do you also need it? Cleo smiled bitterly and quickly adjusted the brightness of the image, revealing a string of characters in the dark. I will cherish this photo well. Thank you for your hard work. It's just work. I have a meeting with the researchers later, so I'll leave first. The repairs on stop-in have also been completed, and she can go back anytime. After speaking, Leibniz quickly withdrew from the communication. Sup, that's all for today's communication. Please stay on standby and wait for the recall at any time. Okay. I just checked the coordinates. It's a light rail station in Satellite City ODE-22. But the constant field at the back extends the range of the platform numbers. It's not the platform, then it's the employee number or something? The ID numbers of station personnel and security patrol machinery will start with the abbreviation of the city and light rail station name, which should not be the case. What else is purely digital display at a light rail station? Timetable? Train number? No, really, it can be forward tiles, can't it? Could it be a safe deposit box? We take a closer look at a number. 0114773. Is it safe deposit box number 11 with password 4773? That's a good chance. I just checked the chief's travel records. He did visit ODA-22 a few days before the incident due to aspiration of inspection. Although reasonable, it is very suspicious. The safe deposit box at the light rail station is not safe. Will the chief store things inside for Sister Colleen? There is a more secure way for the chief to convey information, isn't there? Unless the chief realized at the time that he was already under surveillance and had no way to pay attention. Unfortunately, he was no longer able to answer our doubts. So what now? Do you want to continue investigating? First of all, I don't believe we're so lucky to be able to recover the email that was supposed to be sent to Kalina. The discussion was deadlocked, and after a moment of contemplation, Kalina came to a decision. Continue to investigate. Although this may be a trap, but it is our only clue. Once the Girard group truly takes control of the real power in the 30 state in ODE-30, we will never have another chance. Of course, I will also use channels from Namfa to see if we can get other breakthroughs. But will Rogue let us go? He probably planted eyeliner around us. He probably planted spies around us. At present, it may be difficult to leave ODE-30 through the normal process. Leva, the three of you will depart early morning tomorrow. Avoid surveillance cameras, drive around the green zone, and head towards ODE-22. I will arrange for Saab to meet you on the way. However, I understand that once we leave the white zone, those legal arms groups will stick to us again. But if we take the rail train normally, not only will our destination be exposed, but we will probably have to wait for the state's government heavy approval, and even be arranged to carry some small tails. Well, in the case of unknown good or bad luck, be careful with everything. Stay in touch, I'll be here and assist you as much as I can. The backup is you, Colleen. Alright. You haven't learned much, but the plot thickens. Sitting at the desk, Rurik connected to the communication. Congratulations to the legislators. The results of the first public opinion poll are far ahead. Who else can they choose besides me? Is Zimmerman that kind of trash? It seems that we can congratulate you in advance, Chief Rurik. Are you contacting me to talk nonsense? Of course not. The dolls from Namva have taken action again. According to the news from... Is it Colonel now? Colonel Fodor. They have been missing since the previous morning. These dolls have a high level of vigilance and did not ride the railway. But with the assistance of Hurley, I quickly checked their surveillance information in the ODE 30 and captured several images of them. Their destination should be ODE 22. Yes, it seems that the chief still managed to successfully spread the message under our strict defense. What an amazing man. He's already a dead man. That useless sextons can't even do such a small thing cleanly. Rook's expression was gloomy, but not surprising. Sextons did not perform well. She was already received the appropriate punishment. You may be careful too. If it weren't for the delay in your intelligence, the chief would have almost told Kalina the clues about that matter. As for me taking action against him, even migrating the data center during this special period. You better remember that third generation doll technology is still constantly improving. Exposing defects will only make you lose value faster. In the face of Rui's reprimand and threat, Cocoon's voice paused. This is indeed my This is indeed my negligence. I have ordered armed machinery to intercept. Unfortunately, the previous entity of Darcher was damaged during the mission, and it will take a few more days to complete the debugging of the new entity. Otherwise, sending her over will be more efficient. Have you cleared the permissions for Darcher? Well, according to your request, it has already been handled. No matter who it is, no matter how we investigate, Darcher will no longer have any connection to the Gerard group. And I made her show some obvious differences before, and also release some information. Now the other party's attention should have fallen on the transfer relationship of Darcher. Also, don't let the machinery chase too closely. Those dolls can successfully reach the best. Oh, so you're already prepared. Should I directly recall the weapons? No need. Create the illusion of global search. Remember, there can be no more omissions. Sextons under Gerard's name can only turn into a pile of scrap metal. just like you under Sanofi and Favin's names. Sanofi?
はい。
Understood. Act better and make the people of Sanofi and Favin behave more obediently. Honestly provide funds for the campaign, and perhaps I will consider giving them a little sweetness after being elected. Sextans has been ordered to be destroyed, and recently I have applied to it to transfer you back to Gerard. You don't want to only engage in electronic warfare forever, don't you?
もちろんです。閣下の元へ帰れ。
Of course, I sincerely look forward to the day when I return to your side. That's good. Is there anything else?
バディ少佐がジラードグループのビルの捜査が終わった。
Colonel Frodor had stated that the recent search of the Gerard Group building has ended. He didn't find anything, did he?
閣下の連絡を
No.
サーバールーム
Fortunately, after receiving your message, the computer room has been promptly relocated. Otherwise, we would have probably lost this good helper, the Major. Well, don't know too much, especially about the Chief. We still need his assistance. Additionally, please inform Major Frodor that the Gerard Group has discovered another batch of old machinery during its inspection, which, due to some reasons, was not registered in a timely manner after production. Gerard Group hopes to register and input them into a security management system within this week, so that he can arrange them as soon as possible. Good.
バディ少佐に管理局の動向をチェックさせることを怠ったせい
Unfortunately, we were unable to have the Major follow up on the actions of Namfa in a timely manner this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had to waste your time arranging them. However, the cocoon paused slightly.
閣下が自責の別荘へ赴いた際
Previously, you earnestly went to the villa, but did not ask me to supervise the network of the chief villa. Did you intend for them to conduct a search? Those people from Namfa cannot give up their pursuits. In that case, it is better to attack than defend.
私にできることはありますか
Do you need my help? Well, I will explain the follow-up matters to you later. Now is a crucial period for elections. We take risks to and ensure that the opportunities created for us by Heli cannot be destroyed by them. After the election is over, ODE 30 will be their graves. Alright. Again, not too much information just yet. Watching the ODE 22 checkpoint gradually appear in sight. Oh, excuse me. Lena, sitting in the passenger seat, leaned back in a chair with a sense of relief. It's finally coming. Leva, those armed machines shouldn't dare come knocking on our door again, right? Well, discovered by the Security Management Department, they'll be able to handle it either. Not fighting anymore? Haven't played enough yet. Sitting in the back seat, soft mod, straightened up, and looked at the loot in our trunk. The identification code for customs clearance is ready. Thank you for the hard work. If we pass the checkpoint smoothly, we'll probably save. Give me 1 minute. I need to grab a drink. The Jeep smoothly entered the... Okay, it's saying the ODE-20, so let's arrange that. The Jeep smoothly entered ODE-22 City Center and got stuck in traffic. Leva is indeed right. After passing the checkpoint, the road became much smoother. Should we go to the light rail station now? Well, although Rebella has processed the identification code, after all, we have entered the monitoring area of the satellite city, and the other party can occasionally capture our whereabouts on the suburban roads. It is not difficult to find us entering ODE-22 now, and we need to act quickly. Good. According to navigation, we will arrive at the target location in a half an hour. However, with the current traffic congestion, the remaining time will be calculated at 1.5 times. Understood. Sop, you have strong combat capabilities. If there is a conflict later, you and Lena will be responsible for fire support, and I will use electronic warfare to assist you. Rebella will be responsible for finding the corresponding safe deposit box. If our speculation is incorrect, retreat immediately. Yokai! Right. Well, but why did the car suddenly get stuck? It's not peak hours now. Lena poked her head out of the car window and squinted her eyes as she looked ahead at the traffic. Was there a car accident? It doesn't look like it. What's that? After seeing clearly, Lena suddenly shrank back. Leva, there are many security patrol machines inside your traffic ahead. Some are still being checked one by one. Routine road inspection? That's a bit too coincidental. What should I do? Now the cars are still stuck together. We can no longer turn around. So, do I finally have a chance to play with government machinery? Don't speak up yet. Cooperate with the inspection and act according to the situation. The Jeep slowly moved forward with the traffic, and finally, under the command of the security patrol machinery, Leva stopped the car. A small security machine approached the car window, and a camera with a flashing green signal light recorded the human figures inside the car, one by one. Human figures mean dolls in this case. Leva, what's it doing? It should be an ID check. We don't have recognition chips like humans living in satellite cities. The system will scan the matching government database to find our unique ID codes. Nice flash. The camera of the security machinery is intermittently rotating, and the detection time has exceeded the usual limit. Leva quietly made a gesture, and the dolls secretly clenched their guns. As expected, the green signal light turned red, and the security machinery issued a piercing alarm. Other machines around also switched to combat mode, quickly bypassing the congested vehicles and surrounding Leva and the others. Abandon all vehicles, don't be excessive with battle. Break through the encirclement. The enemy is approaching. Prepare to break through. Lena, how's your situation? Everything is going smoothly. I am on my way to the target location. Is that a fucking Minecraft bot? Successfully killed one. Leva, I've reached the target point. Share intelligence near you and follow my instructions. Understood. Intelligence sharing complete. I can start taking action anytime. How is the situation on Morbella's end? Have arrived at the conflict zone, the battlefield, and am preparing to break through the encirclement of security machinery. But that was it. I was expecting more. Right. The dolls hiding in the alley breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the security machinery with the alarm sounding and leaving. Sop leaned against the wall dejectedly. I'm so annoyed, chasing endlessly. You always stop me. I don't understand. What kind of hand should I leave towards the out of the control machinery? Huh? Okay, that's weird translation. We are not out of control, and we are likely to be identified as a dangerous unit. What? How could it be? We haven't done anything. Maybe there's a problem with the identification code, but I haven't had time to check these yet. We need to transfer them to a safe place as soon as possible. What should we do now? Fortunately, Colleen arranged a temporary base before. It was originally intended to be used to observe the light rail station, but now it has turned into a shelter. Is it far away? Not too close. We need to cross the city. It is highly likely that they will encounter security machinery. The arrest for us is not a coincidence. To avoid confusion in the future, we should try our best to avoid operations beyond self-defense until the cause is identified.
ソップ聞いてた？
Stop, do you understand?
はいはい。わかった。
Okay, okay. Hey, Sungukong, how's it going? Yep, both RO and Sop is here. RO is named Rebella, and Sop Mod is named Sop.
今のうちよ。目標注目。交代するのは今のうちよ。パーフェクト。これはリバネームを褒めずにはいられないでしょ。もちろん指揮官にも褒め。
So basically, the direct group is trying really, really, really hard to stop them from investigating ODE 22, which only means that there is something substantial in ODE 22.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
It has no relation to the commander. The commander's mentioned quite a bit, but he's not involved directly from what we're seeing so far. At least in part 1. Okay. After escaping the pursuit of the security machinery, the dolls temporarily hid in a temporary stronghold near the target light rail station. Lena and Sop were guarding the doors and windows respectively, while Rebella silently observed the security machinery deployed at the nearby inter-building light station. Well, I understand. I'll wait for your message. Leva cuts off communication with Kalina and walks over to Rebella. What's up? Is there a problem with the ID code? The ID code is still valid, but our 4 ID codes in the Government Security Department, the database, have been marked as dangerous. How could that happen? I haven't encountered this situation before when passing through other satellite cities. The official explanation is that just yesterday, the database conducted a data update for newly seized illegal machinery, and it is feared that there may have been a missed operation during the update process. Newly discovered? What a coincidence! Just these 2 days? Yeah, it's said that after being inspected by the Security Management Department, the Gerard Group arranged for an additional self-inspection and found any omissions. So they proactively reported it. Isn't that ridiculous? Did they actually turn over a new leaf at this point? Impossible. The timing is too coincidental. They must have been manipulated. They must have manipulated it through the database changes. Yeah, although Colleen has requested modifications, I'm afraid they won't let us easily get what we want.
ロレのサイバーセキュリティはどうなったの？
Why is Lua Leon's network security so poor? First, the chief was replaced, and then the database was tampered with. Lina, who was guarding not too far away, unhappily pulled the bolt of her gun. It is indeed inappropriate to tamper with and replace the chief for communication, and it can still be explained as the opponent's excellent return warfare capabilities. But the security system, should it be entirely responsibility of Heli? Even Dandelion, who holds the August protocol, can only temporarily tamper with some permissions when facing the security program set by Heli. Could the other party know Hurley better than Dandelion? If that's the case, I feel more at ease. Really? Do you doubt Hurley? Leva shook her head. It's not that serious, but if this attack originated from within Lua Lian, we will have endless troubles in the future. But the top executives of the Gerard Group are only the member of the government of Odessa. Are they really that powerful? That depends on whether they are other people behind Gerard. Since when did they start infiltrating the Lua Lian? Alright, so can someone tell me what Lua Lian is? Let me see. Hey, Lon Train. Welcome back. Like, I feel like I should know what Lua Lian is. Let me take a look. Oh, Lua Lian is URNC. Okay. I just looked it up. So since when they started infiltrating the URNC? I can only slowly investigate. I hope this only stays in my pessimistic speculation. Now that they have attained our location, and through the security machinery, may the target location already be a trap? It is also where I'm concerned, but according to Colleen, the incorrect labeling targeting us is aimed at the entire state of Odessa, and the attacks we have encountered before have no pattern. It is likely that the other party does not know our purpose and is simply searching for us, hindering our actions. Rebella, what were your observations on the deployment of the light rail stations just now? The number of permanent machinery is within the normal range, and the level of armament is also normal. On the contrary, several teams of security machinery have been flexibly added to patrol the light rail stations in nearby neighborhoods, presumably receiving orders to search for us. I remember that security machinery is usually fully connected to the internet. As soon as one of us is discovered, the entire city's machinery will know, right? Yeah, especially since we were forced to make a move with the security machinery just now. If we get caught now, it's even more difficult to explain. Isn't it true that we're not fighting or hiding now? After checking the streets and public places, those security machines may target each building one by one. You want to contact Kalina again? Maybe we can get assistance from Nanfa. I just informed her of the current situation in the communication. Since there may be a threat within the UNNC, the frequency of communication with Colleen needs to be reduced as much as possible. The intervention capability of Nanfa will be severely reduced in a satellite city, which is not as good as ODE 30 in the right zone. By the time we receive assistance, we may have already been destroyed on the spot. The sound of vibrations shattered the silence, and the figures instantly straightened up. Saab, who was guarding the entrance to the stronghold, also made a sound. It's okay, just an email. Huh, it just came at this moment. What is it? Just a general official reminder sent by the system. Inside is the monthly procurement list of non-military force management bureaus' daily necessities. Kalina is too busy. I have been assisting her with the approval process for the past 6 months. However, Leva clicked on the corresponding system interface, carefully reviewed the list up and down, and pressed the approval button. Later, she looked out of the window again and stared at the street below. It was a back street. Midnight is approaching, and only a few shops have already closed. The owner is directing the staff to remove boxes of goods needed for the next day from the truck. A smile gradually appeared on Leva's face. Stop, Lena, Barbella, come with me. But yeah, but the terminology is going to be difficult to get used to just because they're so different thanks to the translations. Okay. The iron gate at the warehouse slowly rose, and the large truck drove in. The driver skillfully wheeled the goods into the warehouse and then turned off the engine. So basically, they stowed themselves away on the transport truck. The cabin door is closed. The driver's cabin door is closed. After efficiently entering the password, the mechanical lock on the truck compartment smoothly rotates and the door gradually opens. The dim lights in the warehouse neatly cut the bright line in the pitch black carriage. The bright line kept widening, and Lena, who had been half squatting in the dark for a long time, quickly jumped up. 3 steps and 2 steps, Lena ran to the carriage door and stomped on the ground suddenly. Oh? Lena tackled the driver to the ground, and the two of them rolled 3 times before stopping. Miss you so much, Mekti. Miss you so much. Lena happily pressed her cheek against the other person's face and read it again and again. The petite driver gently patted Lena as if comforting her. If you keep pressing down on her on the ground, maybe her defense will be activated. Leva and the other 2 figures also jumped out of the carriage. It's been a long time since I last replied to 404. Even if it's not really Mekti, seeing the same body still feels very familiar. With that, Lena stood up and bent over to help Mekti, who had fallen to the ground. Thank you for your help. It is really impolite to show you this way. Mekti patted the dust off her maid's skirt neatly, while also taking out a small mirror from her pocket. After carefully arranging her headwear, she claps her hands in front of her and bowed respectfully. Everyone, you've been tired from traveling and working hard. The boss has arrived and is waiting for everyone in the research room of the adjacent building. The environment here is absolutely safe. Feel free to come with me. After speaking, Mekti walked briskly towards the door. Looking at the fluttering boat behind her, Lena felt a bit confused. Under the guidance of Mekti, Leva and her group arrived at the research laboratory. Boss, I brought everyone here. Oh wow, you cut her hair too? What the fuck? Well, you worked hard, G11. It's okay, it's okay. I'll make you a cup of coffee. Let's chat first. G11 saluted again and tactfully exited the research room. Mekti's a mass-produced maid? Yeah. The fuck did it do to my gremlin? No, this is the maid that Dier made in Girls from Line 1. There are 2 G11s. Lena looked back and forth in the direction she was leaving. Dier, where'd you find this G11? I remember a few years ago, you were shouting something, respecting the uniqueness of Mekti and abandoning the G11 monomers produced when you were a child. This person's personality is also far from Mekti. It's a long story. After 4 or 4 changed your names one after another, I also thought about it. Indeed, as your minds grow, you may have independent existence like humans. The mind and the body, although technically still relatively independent conceptually, I believe there's a tendency towards unity. So, if I continue to break it down and look at it, wouldn't it be a bit outdated? I don't know how much respect towards... I don't show much respect towards you either. So I discarded the G11 precursor that I replicated as a child at that time. Hey, you guys become a bit more mature. Who was the one who just picked this up? After all, it was just a prototype that I worked on to replicate when I was a child. It's a bit regrettable to destroy it directly, so I put it in the warehouse. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to start it all at once, but luckily my manufacturing skills were quite reliable when I was a child. Okay, don't say that. Your speed is quite fast. I thought it would take at least a few more days to successfully connect. How did you discover me? The approval process, which was originally scheduled to be submitted at the end of the month, was suddenly advanced by 5 days, not to mention the appearance of unfamiliar merchants in the supplier list. The truck with the merchant logo printed on it, loading and unloading goods nearby, and a truck driver is very familiar with it. Isn't it too coincidental? This kind of unconditional joint code, only you can detect it. Well, just like my sensitivity to SF, Leva reacted so quickly.
でもどうして私たちの居場所が分かったの？
But how did the air know where we were? In order to prevent eavesdropping, Sister Colleen couldn't explain it to you so very clearly, could she?
トラックは1台だけじゃなかった。
There's more than one truck. You're right. Coincidentally, my chain supermarket has a warehouse in ODA22, so it's not surprising that there are more trucks coming and going. You have a chain supermarket? Wait, you own a... Your family owns a supermarket? Is that why you're so rich?
でもデールの実家って確か CN
I remember your family. Is it related to new energy? Well, that's just a well-known business now, starting with supermarkets. The elderly at home have long hoped that this self-operated product line can also establish a relationship with the UNNC. They submitted a bid 6 months ago, but there has been no progress. This time, it was approved by a special approval. Thanks to you, Heels, your inboard report has added another one.
デールって商談もできるんだ。
Did the year have such business acumen before? I didn't notice at all. Although most of the work has been handed over to Hill, I can't just be a lazy second generation's ancestor without any help.
そっか。でもトラックが複数あったってことは。
Is Hill the year in this case?
でも
That's true, but if there are any trucks, isn't G11 also... Don't talk nonsense. It's just this primitive body, and it took me a long time to find it after tossing and turning. Most of it was also randomly loaded into a set of civilian humanoid shapes, or civilian dolls.
運転してたのは？
What's in the other cars? I managed to find some civilian figures from supermarkets to put on sleeping neck brace and a wig. Whether you could get served or not depends on your intelligence.
随分行き当たりばったりなんだね。
Talking about intelligence with dolls is too absurd. Thanks for our good luck. That's right, I happened to be in ODH22 recently because we were discussing our cooperation. And the old goods warehouse is also located in a nearby city. Otherwise, if Kalina gave me great benefits, I wouldn't have been able to respond to you in such a timely manner.
運も実力のうちよ。
You should lend some money to the commander, right? Luck is also a part of strength. By the way, Lane doesn't really have time to tell me what happened and what needs to be done to cooperate. Who can briefly explain.
それについてだけど。
I'll do it, actually. Leva briefly informs Deer of what has happened and the difficulties she has been facing. Oh, tapping when you are seeing security? Impressive, impressive.
でしょ？デールもワクワクしてきたんじゃない？
Yeah, but I don't think Deer definitely won't lose the other party, right? Then we need to wait to find an opportunity. Wait, what do you want to do? Deer looked at Leva and cautiously took a step back.
今一番厄介なのはロレンのセキュリティシステムを。
Our biggest obstacle for the four of us currently comes from the tampered security level within the security system. But judging from Kalina's tone, it'll take some time for the official correction.
だからセキュリティシステムをハックし
So can Deer assist us into hacking into your NC security system and do us a small favor? You call this help? This is illegal! Moreover, the other party tends to make things difficult. I guarantee that the information attached to your forward ID codes has already been locked and it'll be difficult to change it back in the short term.
じゃあ新しいのを作れない？
What if you create a new ID code for us? No, no, no. Your request is getting more and more unreasonable. The ID code is unique. Is a unique identification and authentication given by the UNC backend based on the protocol of a single body. Any additions, deletions, modifications, or queries must be directly hacked into the UNC backend. This is different from temporarily tampering with 1 or 2 surveillance cameras or controlling 1 or 2 security machines for you. It's precisely because they're different that we need DR's help. We can handle other small things ourselves. Oh, even if it can be technically implemented, it would be very troublesome to investigate this matter, and even I wouldn't be able to escape without a trace. My supermarket finally established cooperation with the UNC government. If I go too far, there is no need for the security management department to investigate, and Hill and the old man will voluntarily hand me over. That's difficult to handle. The 4 of us who take direct action will definitely be arrested. When asked where we went in the middle, you can't escape, dear. What's going on with the both of you for? Sleeping, pretending, not to understand, threatening with force, now you're sending me to the station. What else can you do if you try harder? Does the punishment of imprisonment always have to be solved by oneself? What can I do? It's like nothing's changed. The ear sat down in a chair dejectedly. Leva didn't say anything, but it was also obvious that she began to calculate other action plans. I just want to get what's in the safe deposit box. Can I send civilian dolls to take a look? Although the probability is not high, the clue is unsafe. It is not safe for civilian dolls to act alone. And if caught, you will truly be exposed. Dear, you just said that you can tamper with civilians and control security machinery, right? In the short term, it's possible, but the time is really short, and it's estimated that it could be corrected in less than 20 seconds, maybe even faster. What can you do such a complex operation in 20 seconds? That's enough. Really? I have also seen the defense of the light rail station, and there's only 1 or 2 administrators who can mainly rely on machinery to maintain public order. Therefore, we only need to make the machinery chaotic enough. Just controlling 1 or 2 machines isn't very useful, is it? Besides, it won't last long. And what can I make them do? Kicking over a trash can? That's a light rail station. You can't just shoot and strafe. But if we were to be discovered by security machinery, it'd be different. Oh, no wonder. I understand. Wait, I don't understand. I don't understand either. Leva, don't play tricks on me. In the scarcity of security personnel, capturing our movements mainly relies on cameras. Although it is not realistic for DR to always handle surveillance and security machinery based on our actions, if the mapping relationship between their bodies and identification codes can be tampered with when various mechanical units are captured by the surveillance system, countless us will appear in this light rail station. In that time, multiple conflicting alarms will inevitably cause chaos. So basically what they're saying here is that they're going to feed footage to all the cameras. That way it can cause a mass detection, and then it'll confuse literally everyone. So everyone will be alerted, but they will have no idea where they actually are. And this chaos will create opportunities for us. This is a solution, but my processing speed is limited, so I may not be able to create the environment you want. Isn't it still me? If there's any help from you, sure. Perhaps it would be better for me to stay. According to Dandelion, there are intricate connections between the UNC security system and the OGIS system. I am more familiar with the OGIS protocol and have better and better processing efficiency.
そうだけど、今回の作戦で予想される敵の数は多いわ。私がいると足手まといよ。
Well, but for this operation, there are too many units that the on-site command needs to pay attention to at the same time. My combat performance is not good as yours, and I'm afraid it will affect the overall scheduling.
総合的に見て、やっぱり私が残る。
After a comprehensive evaluation, I'll stay in the rear. Although I'm not as familiar with as a protocol as you, don't worry. I have made progress in electronic warfare over the years. After pondering for a moment and confirming that Leva's calculation was correct, Rebella nodded. A DDoS? No, not a DDoS. Like they're just going to feed the cameras false information. Since there is no problem, let's set the action for tomorrow's morning rush hour. With a high volume of people, it's easy for us to hide and escape even if we're caught. Is it okay? Stop? Leva looked at Stop, gesturing to the food production machinery diagram on the screen. No problem. I'm good at causing trouble. I'm okay too. I'm listening to you. Spam bot, yeah. I have no problem with erasing this, but there is another interference item that we are unable to include. Are you referring to the illegal arm machinery controlled by Gerard? Yes, we cannot predict the number of and level of armament of the other party, and once they appear, it is difficult to rely solely on hacking to solve them. Then kill them all! If we're firing, it's easy to accidentally injure ordinary passengers. The accidental injury rate will increase significantly during the morning rush hour. But peak hours should be the time with the highest success rate of our actions, otherwise. Its success rate has increased by at least 45%. We cannot just pursue success. Huh? Well, Rebella's concerns are still valid. Leva interrupted what Lynn was about to say. Leva? Rebella's point is that while the mission success is undoubtedly a top priority, if a large-scale malignant security incident like OD-01 occurs again, the Gerard group is likely to follow suit and further constrain the actions of Namfa, right? Does RO have feelings for the commander? Yeah, she does. They may not be romantic, but she does have strong feelings. In fact, all the air team does. It is more likely that they are romantic than they're not, just because they're very similar to M4. Rebel did not deny it, but also did not respond. Leva ignored their reaction and patted Lena beside her. And as Diers just said, if the chief really puts things in a safe and Gerard is not aware of it, he won't necessarily have the open fire to solve it. So that's what Rebella meant. I misunderstood. Sorry. It's okay. Now let's discuss how to operate tomorrow's actions. Based on our previous discussion, we may need to make a few filings. Oh, that's it. Alright, how much further we got? Oh my god, there's so much! He's the hottest sister. During the morning rush hour, the light rail station's alarm bell rings loudly. Lena quickly shuttles between the chaotic crowd, and Leva's dispatch instructions constantly come through the second level communication, level 2 communication. Leva, I see a team of patrol machinery ahead. Expected to encounter them at their 0001. Keep the direction of the progress and change. The air and I will handle it. Stop. The security machinery on your right has been regained. Transfer immediately. The 6 illegal machines are approaching towards the southeast and southwest entrances at the light rail station. Please prioritize dealing with them. We must never let them in. Got it. Linda took a deep breath and ran straight towards the security machinery in front of her. Just as they were about to be captured by the enemy cameras, the security machinery suddenly sounded an alarm and rushed towards the civilian figures 3 meters away, surrounding them in a circle. Alarm cleared. Leva, I'm almost at the target location. Well, the numbers of the cameras are still under our control. Dell and I prioritize handling the security machinery. Be careful yourself. Nice throwback. Confirmation of combat readiness completed. Leva, how's the situation on your end? There's indeed a big guy. It may take some time. Look at that fucking stash. Hold on for a while. I'll be there soon. Looking fresh. Yeah, hardly this is just part 1, yeah. Hold on. With Leva's cover, Lena successfully approached the target safe. Right here, Leva. Well, the nearby surveillance cameras will have their permissions revoked in 10 seconds. That's enough. Alright, next if... Don't worry, I trust you. Linda quickly enters the password. 4773. Confirm. When a crisp click, the door of the safe popped open. The piled up Sadi skin was placed in the safe. Okay, a lot of money. Before Linda could take a closer look, the nearby security machines that have regained control quickly formed an encirclement around her. Linda raised her gun and confronted her surroundings. After seeing the number of enemies around her, she honestly placed the gun on the ground and raised her hands. The machines narrowed the encirclement, and one light rail station's security administrator quickly approached here, while another stayed in place, relying on a walkie-talkie to command the machines to stop the ground who were about to board the train. Linda glanced at the surveillance camera and then turned towards the direction where the administrator was running. But her gaze crossed over to him and glanced at the figure of Bekti in the vehicles that had just left the light rail station. Which is hacked someone's bank account. That's kind of what it looks like, but it's a safe deposit box. But apparently had nothing but money in there. But Lena didn't have time to search what it was. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Use the bathroom. Right back. Okay. Rurik's hand angrily hammered on the table, making a muffled sound. Standing aside, Cocoon remained unmoved and looked humbly at the other person. What do you mean only Sadi's skin? Oh, Sadi's skin. That's what it is. It's gold. The gold currency that we use to do our attachments. That's what it was. I forgot what it's actually called in English. Like Sadi's gold, I think it's just called. Yo? The security management department carefully searched the safe deposit box and nearby areas, and also reviewed the surveillance footage. There's indeed only Sardis gold in the safe. Where are those dolls? There's only one under control of... The only one under control is a tactical doll named Lena, who is currently on her way back to ODE 30. The other three are currently missing. Missing? Isn't that because they escaped? They're all useless. Please, take a moment to rest. Although the illegal transaction contract is missing, according to your request, I have also prepared a witness. The counselor also needs to cooperate with the investigation. Her figures, currently suspected of illegal transaction, have been listed as key targets for arrest by the government of ODE 30. I took the risk and requested Heli to cooperate in modifying the database. Not just trap them for 10 days and half months. Let me look at what Heli means. Okay, yeah, Heli is the okay. Yeah. I understand. I understand. Yeah. I got it. I just forgot who Heli was.
確かに非軍事勢力管理局を完全に排除することは叶いませんでした。
It's a pity that we couldn't completely eliminate the Nampa this time.
駅に貼り付かせたものによれば、今朝時点までサルディ
I asked the informants arranged at the light rail station, and they confirmed that the Saudi's gold and the contract were still in the cabinet this morning.
相手もくせ者です。その場で最悪の
But after all, the other party is an experienced T-Doll group, and it is not entirely impossible to calculate the worst case scenario on the spot and find a way to take the contract away. These are all excuses. What's wrong with you again? Can the security system of the light rail station stop the other party from hacking in? I'm sorry, I did strengthen the self-correction efficiency of the security system, but I didn't expect the other party to give up on seizing overall authority and take a different approach, using design loopholes in the security management system to evade pursuit. Moreover, as Heli has already modified the ID codes in the database, I have invested more computing power and remote command of illegal machinery. Wasted! I understand your anger. However, the information left by the chief has already been destroyed by you, and it is meaningless for them to continue investigating. I'll take advantage of this to eliminate the hidden dangers left by this matter as much as possible. Do you know what to do after those witnesses have completed their task? Yes. Under the comfort of Cocoon, Ruik's expression softened a bit. I oppose putting it under the umbrella of Sanofi and Fabin at the beginning. That group is as lowly as the names they represent. A pure Nuevo Riche, who only knows how to use money as a stepping stone. With the financial resources of the Girard Group, of course, you don't need to value those funds, but it allows Snuffy and Fabin to enter the core position, which must also consider the need of the cooperation with Paradis. After all, most of the core families, among the core families, no one wants to dirty their hands too much. Even so, they did not deserve to have two third-generation dolls. Really, after Sextans was ordered to be destroyed due to mission failure, the direct group only had Darcher in name. Name? In name only. Darcher is not Girard's now. What's that name for? Indeed, you are the one who possesses the core technology of the third-generation dolls. Without the Girard group, the Hologo plan... I heard horoscope. So the horoscope plan for developing the third-generation dolls would have been impossible to implement. Rook was catered to by Cocoon, but his face remained gloomy. Those two useless people, one rashly targeted by Stinky Kid, the Stinky Kid from the Claudius family, carried out a mission to silence him and left a handle for the Nampha, while the other failed multiple interceptions. It's been so long, and the experimental subject of Paradise is still in the hands of that bounty hunter. Ah, someone's pissed at the commander, huh? You don't need to worry. The handover work with Paradise, including the retrieval of the experimental subjects, is now entirely the responsibility of Sanofi and Fabin Group. What's the translation for the Sanofi and Fabin Group? If you guys can figure it out for me. Any traces of Gerard's group involvement will be completely erased for you. You just need to prepare for the election with all your might, and then lead the Gerard group to infiltrate ODE-30, while continuously optimizing the third generation of dolls. Just needed? On one hand, it allows me to further enhance the performance of third generation dolls, while on the other hand, it strictly limits the production increase of Gerard. The current situation only orders you to provide temporary support. Oh, Fabin. Okay, Fabin. Okay, yeah. But if Gerard has dolls with no combat capabilities, it will not allow Namfa to succeed at the light rail station. I'm truly sorry for disappointing you. Forget it. Has the debugging of Darcher not been completed yet? During the previous battle with the dolls belonging to the Elmo in the yellow zone, Darcher's mind suffered some damage and it'll take some time. However, now is a crucial period for you to run for chief, so it would be better for the people to be quiet. After you go back, tell Ketch and Fabin that the sponsorship fee for next quarter should be paid. Otherwise, no one can guarantee that they will continue to retain your and Blue Spear's privileges. Let's call it Blue Snowball. What the fuck? Yeah, it's Blue Spear. I will remind the representative in a timely manner. Yeah, apparently so. I mean, she did get destroyed by Groza and the others. The dolls returned to the Air's company, and the heavily damaged Soph was sent for repairs. Ooh, Soph was heavily damaged. Leva closed her email inside. Oh, it really is a headache. Although we brought out the contract in a timely manner, the other party thoughtfully prepared a witness. Just now, Nampa issued a notice that Lena and the three of us are now suspected of being involved in illegal transactions. Due to insufficient evidence, the government of ODA-30 is temporarily unable to directly target Colleen, but as her supervisor, she has recently been arranged to cooperate with the investigation. Thinking about it this way, perhaps it was because Congressman Ruick intentionally released water that we were able to successfully replicate in the villa. Water is a weird word for that. He looks impatient, but he's actually cunning. I underestimated him. Poor Lena and Kalina, who finally got rid of the accusation of forging identification codes, are now caught up in another wave of illegal transactions. Isn't this one of the filings she'd made? Oh, don't say such cold words with Mekti's face.
ロベラならわかるでしょ。あの場がどれだけ
Rebella should understand the urgency of the situation at that time.
あの契約書が州政府に見つかったら
If that contract is directly discovered by the government
不正事実の敵
of ODE-30, the charge of the senior counselor of NAMFA participating in illegal transactions would be confirmed.
それじゃジラードの調査どころか
In the future, not only will we continue to investigate the Gerard Group, but even the influence of the Non-Military Management Bureau and the ODE-30 will be significantly reduced.
だから契約書にカリーナさんの名前が書かれているのを確認した途端にレナを犠牲にしたのですか
So, at the moment,
守り通すと思って
you saw the contract signed by Lena's name. Did you make up your mind to activate the filing and sacrifice Lena? I thought no one you gave up would put Lena in charge. After a momentary pause, Leva regained her smile.
本来なら G11 の素体に入ったロベラが
Originally, I hoped that Rebella, who had borrowed G11's element, our body,
金の監視カメラと
could have
治安ロボ
taken the contract away without any winds or waves. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put in the effort to continuously hack into nearby surveillance cameras and security machinery.
でもあの時警報器に気づけたとしても
But at the time, even if Rebella discovered the counterweight alarm, she had to come up with a contract, didn't she?
だからあなたが契約書を持って離脱できるよう
So I can only find a way to attract the full attention of the security department so that you can evacuate smoothly with the contract.
任務のために他人を犠牲にするようになったのですか
Leva, are you willing to sacrifice anyone to complete the task?
ながらレナを
The action you mentioned was to protect 404. Now it's easy to send Lena out.
なぜです昔のあなた
Why?
どんな
In the past, even if you went to war directly at the light road station, you would always prioritize ensuring the safety of your teammates.
ラッシュ時に撃てば一般人が巻き添えになる
Opening firing recklessly during peak hours will harm more people, and I thought we had already had this consensus.
誰も死ななかったのは治安ロボットの攻
The reason why there were no serious casualties this time is also thanks to the security department's restrictions on the attack behavior of the machines, and South's successful interception of illegal machinery from outside. Isn't this the problem that you have been worried about yesterday?
合理的な選択だったのは認めますでも
I know that's the most reasonable choice at the moment, but
なら無駄な喧嘩はやめましょう
since you know, don't worry about it, alright?
管理局が
We can't just give up and let Colleen be arrested,
席の座につくのを
the Nafa be eliminated,
待っているわけ
and finally watch helplessly as Congressman Ruick is appointed as the chief. Although Leva still was a smile, her mood is clearly not very good, and she has slightly stabilized in her mind.
ロベラがこんなに心配してるのを知ったら
However, Rebella is so worried about Lena that she must be very happy to know.
友達の無事が何よりも大事です
I just hope that my friends around me can be safe.
安心して契約書と局長の手腕
Don't worry, Rebella has
カリンも
successfully brought out the contract. With the director's skills, Lena, Colleen, and the non-phobe will not have any problems.
本当ですか
Really?
じゃなければ管理局の内部通告なんか
Otherwise, this matter would not only stay in the eternal announcement of Nanfa, but also appear in tonight's news of ODE-30's current affairs.
レナには申し訳ないけどちゃんと考えた
Although Lena was indeed wrong this time, I carefully weighed the pros and cons. After all, relying on reason to make judgments is the advantage of all human beings. Rebella did not respond to Leva's deliberate emphasis and shifted the topic.
なんとかジラードの罠を買わせても手がかりがなくな
We
る
may have avoided Gerard's trap for now, but this clue has completely failed. Regardless of whether the chief left any information, it must have been destroyed by now.
これだけのリスクを冒して収穫なし
Taking great risk but achieving nothing.
そうとは思わないわ
Well, I don't think so. What?
それもロベラのおかげでね
Thanks to your efforts. As she spoke, Leva handed over the equipment in front of her to the G11.
これは
Is this the photo of the safe that I took?
ビンゴ。あなたが几帳面に撮った。
Fortunately, Rebella was attentive
ちょっと調べて
and took a photo of the safe inside. I just dealt with it.
何か気になることでも。
Is anything special about it? G11 looked at the enlarged image in confusion. Due to prolonged use, the inside of the safe was covered in dust, stains, and low-quality advertisements posted by small vendors that had not been thoroughly cleaned.
人間が好きなロベラなら知ってるわよね。東大元暮らしってことはさ。
Rebella, I am more interested in humans. I must note the saying. The most dangerous place is the safest place, right?
まさかここに
Could it be here?
中に貼られた広告を見たけど、面白い。
I tried to check all the advertisements that could be seen clearly inside the cabinet, and one of the URLs linked to an interesting place. Leva clicked on the page.
土地売買契約。
A land deed?
厳密には草案だけどね。
More precisely, it's a draft of a land deed,
場所は
and it is unclear whether both parties have signed it. But the location of the land has already been written over. An ODE-04, so another city.
見に行くんですか？
You gonna take a look?
ええ。広告の中に土地売買契約。
Yeah, the advertisement is mixed with the draft land deed,
おかしくない？
so isn't it suspicious?
ロッカーが安全じゃないのはみんな知ってるし。
We have also questioned the security of the safe deposit box before. Perhaps the chief is using this guarantee to improve the success rate of information transmission?
どうせしばらくオデッサには戻れないし。
Anyway, we haven't been able to return to ODE-30 for a while now, and Colleen can't give orders or synchronize messages. It's better to continue investigating with the new discovery than wait for everyone.
私の演算結果だと確率は低いですね。
My mental calculation results tell me that the probability is not high.
いきなり人形らしいこと言う。
Oh? At this point, it's like calculating probabilities like a regular humanoid.
状況に合わせて方法。
I never said that I don't calculate. I just choose different strategies.
じゃあどうする？
Still, what are you gonna choose this time?
行きます。
Go ahead.
AR 招待がここまで来れた確率なんて。
You should know that the probability of our team being able to reach today is much smaller than it is.
デールがソップのメンテナンスが終わって。
Dell just sent a message that Stop's repair has been completed. You can go over and replace the original body. Or is it that Rebella is already reluctant to part with the G11 body? G11 glanced at the teasing Leva and got out to walk towards the maintenance room. After hesitating for a moment, she honestly let the sentence before going out.
ダイナーゲートの方がマシです。
Not as good as dinner gates. She really just said that she preferred to be in dinner gate. After Bella switched back to her original form and completed debugging, Leva and her team went to the address shown on the land deed. Leva ordered Sop to conduct an advanced investigation, while she and Rebella temporarily stayed a bit further away to wait.
ただの郊外の古い別荘ね。
No wonder there are no signs on the map.
わけだ。
It just looks like an old villa in the suburbs.
せっかく来たのにつまらないわね。
Running all the way. This discovery really makes people lose their spirits.
デールさんのおかげであまり襲われなかったことを喜ぶ。
With the year's help, we haven't been attacked too much along the way, and it's already quite easy.
厳しいわね。来る会みたいに激
Rebella is so strict.
カウントするタイプ？
Is this the same as Fukai that's performance is calculated based on the number of kills?
事実を言ったまでです。
I am just seeking truth from facts.
そう。
Yeah.
今度はオデッサ各地の監視映像に私たち
The accuracy of tampering, the accuracy of tampering with the ID codes mapping this time does not need to be very high. Just create traces of our 3 appearances in various parts of the state of Odessa, and it will be enough for the security management department to be busy. According to DS technology, automatic operation has probably been achieved. It should be that he just assisted in locating the newly installed encryption server. Now that all 3 of us have successfully accessed, I hope the security level can be higher. I don't want to be on guard against someone hacking in our hometown during combat. Do you think the opponent's electronic warfare capabilities are superior to yours? It's hard to say, but Colleen's communication with the chief was strictly encrypted, and I didn't really notice that the other party was tampered with the chief's end. In addition, according to Lena's previous statement, the enemy also received the communication code agreed upon between Colleen and the commander. Although I don't want to admit it, the opponent's electronic warfare ability is definitely not inferior to mine. Being able to draw is considered lucky. If the other party designs traps to take advantage of the situation, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Yeah, it's hard to defend against. Rebella, you are a modified 3rd generation doll. In your opinion, if the opponent's electronic warfare ability is on par with mine, and the electronic warfare module occupies 75% of the performance, how much computing power can be allocated to actual combat? Even for 3rd generation dolls with improved performance, it is still difficult to achieve both practical combat and electronic warfare in parallel, while ensuring successful results in both aspects. If you need to ensure electronic victory rate, the best choice is still to stay away from the battlefield and to stay in the rear. When Sop and I are on missions, we will also adjust our tactics, with Sop as the vanguard and me using electronic warfare to support. However, the other party would definitely adopt the same tactics. It's really difficult to deal with. You know who that is. Sop ran over quickly, from not far away. I just circled around the yard and didn't find anything. Judging from the condition of the house, it seems like it hasn't been inhabited for a long time, with cracks in the windows on the 2nd floor. In terms of odor, I didn't smell any food or gasoline residue. It's just that the shrubs around this villa are too thick, so we need to go into the yard to confirm. Since that's the case, let's go in and take a look together. The courtyard door is on the other side. I just took out the lock of the door. Huh? Rebella? What's wrong? Your expression is strange. If there were any enemy ambush in the courtyard, you would be alarmed now. And the lock is old, it just falls out with a slight touch. Forget it, forget it. Let's just be cautious, let's go. Leva and her group are circling towards the main entrance. But just as she was about to turn the corner, Sop suddenly raised her hand, and Leva and Rebella quickly dodged and leaned against the dense bushes. The dusty leaves trembled gently, but did not make any sound. Wait, something's wrong. Enemies? The courtyard's open. The courtyard door is open. Just now, I just took the lock off and left. The bearings on the front door rusted off. It wouldn't be so easy for them to be blown open by the wind, would it? After carefully observing her surroundings, Leva gestured for Sop to connect to level 2 communication. Sop, go around from the other side and try to walk lightly. Upon my command, we will advance from both sides. After a moment, Sop poked her head out from behind the bushes on the other side of the wall, the yard. This side is closer to the gate, and indeed you can see a row of footprints. There are freshly fallen rusty iron fillings at the door. Our detour was not too long, and being able to quietly enter the yard indicates that the other party was very cautious. Is there a thief? Can a thief appreciate such a remote old villa? Is it a trap? Unclear, but if you don't go in, the clue will be cut off, and you can make a decision when you can see the other party. Stop, Rebella, get ready. We'll be inside in 3 seconds. In level 2, Leva counts for seconds, and the dolls clench their guns tightly. Sop rushed in, and gunshots immediately rang out the courtyard. There's indeed an ambush! Sop dodged flexibly, and Rebella and Leva immediately fired at the sound source. A black shadow flashed behind this second-floor villa, and the bullets stuck to the opponent's footsteps, leaving a row of marks on the ground. Sop, northeast direction 15 degrees, straight line, distance 44 m. Meters? Yeah, 44 meters. It's time to show me. Or it's time to show off, probably. Sop, with the stable figure, quickly chased after her, or him, and there were sounds of fighting coming from behind the villa. Something like a flower stand was kicked to the ground. Damn, you have a lot of strength. Rebella, you go help her. I'll investigate the surrounding environment and be there soon. As she spoke, Rebella quickly disappeared behind the villa. With a volley of bullets shooting into the sky, everything becomes quiet. The opponent's firearms has been confiscated. The target has been subdued. Leva, how's it going over there? Preliminary assessment shows that there are no other combat units in the current area. It's determined that there is only one enemy. Did you catch the little thief? Yeah, but come and take a look and you'll understand. What's up, still mysterious? So mysterious. After a sound of footsteps, Leva came to the backyard. In the shadow, a woman has been disarmed and is standing against the wall, with her hands raised, facing away from the 3 dolls. After recognizing the person's identity, Leva narrowed her eyes. Although I didn't want to say long time no see, but this time, this place, before departure, I didn't receive any information about you coming here. Did StateSec send you here? I acted in my personal capacity, and I, as well as the rebels, have nothing to do with StateSec now. Leva looked up slightly, her gaze fixed on the woman leaning against the wall without firing a gun. So, could you briefly explain your purpose of coming here? Belonging to Angelia, a member of the rebel squad, AN-94. Without answering Leva's question, AN-94 slowly turned around. Then, tell me first, what are you here for? The premise of exchanging intelligence is mutual trust, and now, I am unilaterally asking you. Angelia, your former commander did not appear, nor could he appear. Besides, as far as I know, the rebellious organization is no longer in place. She still claims to belong to the rebel faction. Why are you the only one acting alone in your personal name? What about the other dolls? And without any information from our intelligence department, you appeared with us, and that's this remote old villa. I don't believe it's a coincidence. '94, are you performing any special task? Our situation is quite special now. You appeared to suddenly. If there are any special circumstances, could you please explain them to us? Yes, Ravella's right. Oh, I've already wasted a lot of time. Could you please give me a reply within 1 minute? You all know about disobedience. You're referring to things about around 65 years ago. I do know some. But I'm not sure what happened in the next 10 years or so. Now what I care about is, if you didn't get the information through StateSec, where did it come from? Looking at the vigilant Leva and the somewhat bewildered Rebella, AN-94 glanced at the gun pointed at her and let out a sigh of abandonment. If you're suspecting that there is intelligence leakage or that there are insiders in your area, then you can rest assured. In the years since I left StateSec, I have been using backdoors. Some of the backdoors I planted while working there to monitor some of StateSec's communications. And just a few days ago, I caught a suspicious signal. A suspicious signal? While the signal source is weak and the contents sent is also very chaotic, making it impossible to interpret. Is it a completely new encryption method? I'm not sure, but this may be exactly what I'm looking for. I traced the signal source in reverse and determined the origin of the signal, which is here. What are you looking for? At this stage, I cannot tell you yet. I see. Leva. That's all I can say. Afterwards, it's up to you to decide what to do with me. 94 turned her gaze back to the wall again and quietly closed her eyes. What a pity. Although we don't know what 94 is hiding, our mission is already shrouded in fog, like walking on thin ice, and we cannot add any more risk. Leva shrugged and walked towards 94. Eva blinked her eyes at Rebella and quietly gestured with a shh. Rebella, somewhat hesitant, but after exchanging a glance with Sop, both of them clenched their guns tightly. Under the night sky, a pitch-black gun barrel emitted a cold light. So... Leva held the right hand raised by 94. Let's collaborate. Since 94 leads also point here, I'm afraid this is not a simple old villa anymore. Our team happens to have a member temporarily absent. How about you fill that vacancy temporarily? Do you not doubt me? I do, but based on what the Rebel team did 65 years ago. 65 years ago? I still have some trust in you, who belong to the Rebel team. This world can become what it is today. Although there are still many problems to be solved today, we still need to say thank you to you. Yeah, even if it's like meant to be 2065, that's still what's going to happen in time skip, probably. But yeah, it's definitely a weird translation to say 65 years ago, but the translates have been weird all day or all night. Based on the situation you describe, I estimate that there is a high probability that we will not be enemies. What do you think, 94? Okay. Did you agree so readily? I don't want to bear meaningless expenses. My task has nothing to do with you, so I am not an enemy. Since we all want to explore here, it's okay to cooperate. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, it's Team Defy. It's translated as Rebel Team, but it's actually Team Defy. That would be great. I don't want to take action if I can meet an old comrade in arms. So, can we say hello now? Long time no see, 94. Long time no see. Leva, Rebella, and... 94 looked at Sop with questioning eyes. It's Sop. Right, Sop. Also, don't use my codename 94 to address me anymore. My current name is Eve. Accompanied by the sound of friction. Oh, I guess I should say now, the reason why I'm not going like, yo, let's go! When 94 showed up, it's because, I got spoiled. Like, that's like the only reason why. Like, it was basically impossible to not see, the data mines of 94, because everyone just threw them everywhere. Like, even on YouTube videos, it just plastered it on thumbnails. I was like, why would you put it on your fucking thumbnail? Just like, god damn it. Both on Twitter and on YouTube, yes. Like, I avoided on Twitter, but it showed up on YouTube on one person's thumbnail. And yeah, it's like, yeah, that was basically supposed to be like a surprise, right? But I just couldn't avoid it. Like, you basically had to go cold turkey on any social media to avoid it. and I couldn't do it this time because I had to make my thumbnail for this video for this live stream. So yeah, that's why I wasn't shocked to see her. EM players waiting to play 6 months. Yeah, it sucks for them. Accompanied by the sound of friction, Sop, who was pulling the cable down quickly, landed lightly. Alright, so just to make sure, is it supposed to be Eve or Alva? Being the landing, let me take a look. Stop activated the night vision function. Carefully observe the surroundings, and after confirming safety, connected to level 2. It's Alva. Okay. Alright, Alva. So, we'll stick with Alva. Rebella, Leva, Alva. This place is currently safe and you can come down now. Received. Soon, the 3 dolls arrive one by one along with the elevator cable. With the night vision function, the dolls roughly confirmed their surroundings and found themselves at the end of a passage. The corridor is about 2 meters wide and extends underground in a winding manner, making it difficult to infer where it leads. Adopt a defensive formation, move forward against the wall, and do not fire unless necessary. 15 is Kong. Oh, that'd be so mean. Under Leva's command, the group took action. I didn't expect it to be such a large space under this villa. Thanks to Sop's traces, we found a hidden elevator hidden behind the refrigerator. This little trick won't stop me. By the way, while you're down, I checked and found that the elevator is in a power state, and the inability to lift or lower should simply be a matter of permission. Call her Rilla. The security level of the system here is not low, and it's almost impossible to completely take over. Leva, I'll prioritize handling the surveillance cameras that we cannot avoid. Well, you work hard. The dolls try to avoid surveillance and continue moving forward. The road is quite long. Ahead, we're about to reach this exit. There seems to be a mechanical sound. Everyone be careful. After a team of fully armed patrol machinery left, the humanoid figures carefully walked out of the hiding place and found that the corridor had merged into a wide and high passage. This passage is enough to accommodate medium-sized trucks. This is like a transportation channel. You see, there's a safety isolation door at the regular intervals. There are still meaty branches, similar to ones we have passed through, that converge into this channel. While the ground of this passage has undergone load-bearing treatment, it should be used to allow some big guys to pass through. Those narrow branches are meant for human use. The road suddenly widens, and there must still be larger entrances and exits. Is it necessary to be at least over 100 meters above the ground here? The whole road has been deserted for a long time. This is even more suspicious. Although it seems that no one has been using it for a long time, patrol machinery has been arranged and security systems is also in continuous operation. What exactly is this place for? At present, there is too little information available and further investigation is needed. Rebella, you and I are mainly responsible for hacking into the surveillance cameras along the way. If necessary, we will launch electronic warfare against the patrol machinery. Sop and Alva, you two are responsible for providing cover and alerting potential dangers at all times. The number of enemies is unknown, and neither Rebella nor I can fully take over the security system. All staff, avoid firepower conflicts to avoid triggering alarms and worsening the situation. Whew. So, besides me being spoiled, it actually is great that they're pulling in all of the popular characters. The main characters that have been absent for over a year at this point. And they're leaving a bunch of clues as to what's been going on between all the teams, which is great because that means we have something to we have a reason to personally follow them. Yeah, the victory hashtag would be really weird. Yeah, I agree. It's around that time, especially now that they established the Elmo crew as their own thing. And it feels like that they're now just as important as the old group, which is probably what they needed to do before they started bringing in the legacy characters. M4 being the fact that they're searching for M4 is very telling. Something really different happened in Frankfurt. Made you be right incoming. So M4 isn't dead. We know that Lunacia should be in Nirvana right now. But the thing is that the Ghost Frontline ending made it so that she would be permanently in Nirvana with no way out. That was what the ending of Ghost Frontline 1 was supposed to do. So the fact that... I really want to say RO, but I'm going to keep saying Rebella. The fact that Rebella says that the air team has been searching for M4 this whole time should mean that Ghost Frontline 1 ending should just not exist. It's just straight up. Like, it just doesn't exist. At least not in this timeline. If this is a different timeline. Because they should know that M4 would have been permanently stuck in Nirvana if Ghost Frontline 1's ending happened. I don't see why the commander would not tell them that. After some investigation, the group arrived at a tightly closed electronic door. The electronic tag on this door has also stopped working. What's inside? Isn't it another small experimental workshop? We found at least 3 of these rooms.
どれも似たような見た目だし、古い小型治安ロボット以外何もない。製造マシンも
Each one looks similar, but apart from some old models of a small security machinery, there's nothing else. The production machines seem to have not been started for at least a year, and the data in the electronic devices cannot be obtained. So boring.
確かなのは、ここは小規模な機械研究施設で、あの機械たちはジラードグループがオデッサに供給していた治安ロボットと部品も構造も一致して、
At least it can be confirmed that this is a small machinery research institute, and the structures of those machinery are completely consistent with the security machinery components supplied by the Girard Group to the state of Odessa in the early years. Although it is not trademarked, it is highly likely that the actual owner is the Girard Group.
ここは当たりかもしれない。
We found the right place.
でも、主席を殺したり、
Hmm.
罪をふっかけた
Girard, this is another assassination of the chief, another framing, and even willing to guard with heavy troops. In the end, it's just to hide this junk in the workshop?
そんなはずないわ。もともとジラード
No, Girard already has a qualification to produce security machinery. There's no need to hide it.
じゃあ何のために？
So, what exactly is going on here?
それはもっと調べないと。
If you want to know, you can only continue to investigate. Leva?
近くの分かれ道に移動して、電車
Well,
に備え
first transfer to the nearby branch and prepare for electronic warfare.
私だけでいいから、3人は援護を
I'll handle it myself. Could you please protect me? Start breaking through the system defense, Rebella. Could you please support me? Well, I'll block the reinforcements. I feel like Dandelion already spoiled the fact that M4 was live a while ago, given back to she's talking with someone. Yeah, she's talking to Lunacia. So, it's never really been a doubt that she's been alive. She's never actually died because she'll still be in Nirvana. And Lunacia has always been able to communicate with Dandelion. Or she's always been connected to Dandelion through Nirvana. The thing was that she was sealed in Nirvana by the end of Ghost Frontline 1. As in, she should have, like, no contact outside of Nirvana at all. And we thought, like, well, maybe there's been a bit of flubbing, you know, like maybe they fudged a little things to make it so that Lunacia is able to talk to anyone with the Nogus. So that will be Paretha and Dandelion for now. And that would make sense because, well, she can't directly contact anyone, but she still has agents, so maybe that was a loophole. But with Rebella saying that the AR team has been trying to find M4 this whole time, it gives a very strong hint that she just has never been sealed. And that's really what the thing is. Because in order for Lunacia to have been sealed at the end of Ghost Frontline 1, the commander would have had to destroy her body. Well, in terms of her making that digital world, that's like a world that she herself had made, but it wasn't really interacting with existing worlds, right? Okay, well, we still got a lot of dialogue, so I'm going to keep reading. Leva's invasion work is still is still ongoing, while the other three figures are surrounding her in a semicircle to maintain vigilance. A long time. Is the security level of the store that high? It uses composite encryption with a success rate of about 45%. Leva and I dared not to use too strong hacking methods. Are afraid of failing and alerting those guys? Yeah. I am also afraid that the security system may detect a threat and increase the level of paranoia of prevention. Leva completed the hack and cut out level 2 flat layer. I've taken care of the electronic door and the surveillance in the room. Stop. I won't let you down this time. You have something good? Sopper drew her gun, took a few quick steps, and dodged into the room. Wait. It's okay, it's just an ordinary laboratory. It's very safe inside. Let's go in quickly. Leva and the three others enter the laboratory. Both Rebella and Alva frowned upon seeing the scene inside the laboratory. Sop excitedly looked left and right inside the laboratory. I'll go take a look over here. As she spoke, she sprinted towards the distant control panel. Leva, do you call this ordinary? Rationally speaking, it's just some uniquely shaped components. They are not components. Alva walked up to an experimental object, a damaged doll body suspended on the wall, with completely missing lower body and left arm, and no armor installed on the chest. In the exposed mechanical cavity, the wires were tangled haphazardly together. The coverage rate of biometric skin is less than 20%, and the visual module for the left eye has not been installed yet. Is it a test model that has not been completed in its initial assembly? Yeah, but it's already a relatively complete statue here. Alva turned her head and looked at the other primitive bodies in the laboratory, who were more scattered. Some even only holding one forearm or half of an abdominal cavity. Under the night vision lens, they appeared eerie and mournful. Yeah, even the most complete one has a completion rate of less than 60%. Most likely it was a failure before the prototype. I used to honestly like them. Yeah, I know about that. As soon as I saw the word prototype, I was like, oh, this is why she's so sentimental. Is Alva sympathizing with them? Alva shook her head. No, I just feel lucky enough. Going against past experiences is not considered lucky in my eyes. At least I'm still standing here. On the other side, Rebella, who was also examining the experimental sample, walked over and carefully explored the mechanical interface of the body.
やっぱりこの素体も
Fair enough, this one also has...
何か気づいた
Did you find anything?
日付です。これを
And it's the date, you see? As she spoke, Rebella shone a strong flashlight towards the interface of the primitive body in front of her, and a string of small engraved words appears faintly. 2071.
その後の数字は読めないわね。
They're too worn out.
2071年に製造されたのか。
Were they produced in 1971?
パーツによってはさらに古いものも。
Some components can be traced back to earlier times.
製造年月通りに並んでいる。
These experimental samples were arranged one by one to the production time sequence, just like the embryo specimens displayed in the museums. Rebella recounted the matching result that occurred in her mind, which made her feel uncomfortable. She looked at Sop not far away.
ストップ。行くわよ。
Stop playing. Huh? What's wrong? Sop glanced at the control panel with reluctance and ran back. She can't wait to hold the parts in her hand. Forcing her to squint and then lean back. Robella, look, I found something good. I never dismantled it before.
ちょっと近づけないで。
You go ahead. Oh, okay.
勝手に解体しちゃダメって何度言ったら。
How many times have I told you to not dismantle things randomly in case an alarm is triggered?
待って。そのパーツどこから解体したの？
Wait, stop. Where did you remove this part from? There are so many discarded parts piled up near the control panel over there. I haven't seen this before, so I brought it over. Hey, Rebella! Rebella walked quickly to the control panel and carefully observed the scattered parts. Rebella's actions were followed by the three others.
どうしてこんなところに？
How could it be here?
何かあった？
Did you find anything?
ええ。ソップが見つけたパーツ。
Yeah,
設計したものです。
the parts discovered by Sop were designed by Persica.
ペルシカが？
Persica? Rebella gestured to Sop, who obediently handed the parts over to Leva.
この手のパーツはペルシカさんが第三世代人形の
This type of component was originally customized exclusively by Persica for a certain version of third generation dolls, mainly to allow the reserved parts of the second generation dolls to be successfully connected to the primitive body of the third generation dolls. This type of component was originally customized exclusively by Persica for the certain version of third generation dolls, mainly to allow the reserved parts second generation dolls to be successfully connected. So this was supposed to be a transfer hardware to transfer second generation dolls into third generation dolls. Was she planning to upgrade all the IoT dolls to third generation?
でもこの計画は最終的にペルシカさんが一方的に
But that version of generation was ultimately unilaterally terminated by Persica.
それからコンセプトが変わったので
Later, she changed the design plan, and this type of socket should have never been commissioned or for production before.
だから流通しているとおかしい。
So this type of component has never been officially circulated in the market.
はい。実験段階だったので。
Well, because it's still in a experimental stage, Persica arranges the production according to the minimum requirements.
ペルシカも発注先は選んだ方が良さそうね。
It seems necessary for Persica to carefully investigate her cooperating manufacturers.
発注先から設計図を盗んだ人物
Are you saying that someone stole the design drawings from the commissioned manufacturer?
設計
Design drawings, semi-finished products, and new batches of production products are all possible. Leva looked around and scanned the incomplete bodies in the laboratory one by one. The establishment and research direction of this laboratory may be closely related to Persica's theory of the third generation dolls at the time. I just noticed that the doll bodies hanging in his laboratory do indeed use his special socket. Oh my, maybe there's more than just Rebella among the 3 generation dolls that have been successfully transformed at this state. I am not successful either for Persica. Oh? No wonder she even asked for Lena to cooperate with the experiment first a while later. What happened? Rebella avoided Leva's exploration. It's not important. Okay, so it seems RO just confirmed. I just said RO. It seems Rebella just confirmed that in Persica's eyes, Rebella is not successful as a 3rd generation doll. That's interesting. I have checked all the primitive bodies and found that they are not equipped with mental modules, so there is no way to infiltrate the investigation. This laboratory has no further value for searching. Well, but there has been some gain. Stop, keep this part with you and don't lose it. Okay. Stop affectionately put the adapter into her pocket. Let's continue investigating. Just as the dolls walked out of the laboratory one after another, the surveillance cameras that should have been turned off by Leva slowly turned the direction where everyone left. Yeah, so I wonder why she considers her unsuccessful. Because everything in Ghost Frontline 1 pointed to her being successful. So I wonder what happened. The front door opened smoothly, and Leva and the others entered the room. The laboratory is larger than others, with server cabinets lined up inside, and dark blue signal lights flashing regularly. This room is quite lively. Many servers. Is this Gerard's data center? In terms of scale of Gerard, this place is too small. Probably one of the many computer rooms, but hiding the server in such a place. It's hard not to doubt the contents of. It's hard not to doubt the contents stored inside. Perhaps this is related to the secrets that Gerard is eager to hide. Are you ready to hack in? Wait a minute. There seems to be something ahead. As reminded by Alva, the doll's gaze extends to the rows of cabinets. Under the blue light that the servers were currently turning off, a vertically long black shadow appeared faintly in the farthest wall. Blocked by the cabinet. I can't see them clearly. It seems that we need to prioritize the investigation of hidden dangers. Sup, Rebella? You two go through the passages between the cabinets. Alva and I will stay here to prevent enemy attacks from the rear. The other three nodded, and the action began. Sup and Rebella approached their target bit by bit, but the slender black shadow on the wall remained unmoved, like a beast lurking in the darkness. Gradually, the shadow became clear. It seemed like a piece of arm, but its length was different from that of an ordinary person. The slender end was not connected to the palm, but rather a sharp sickle blade. Under the gaze of Rebella, Sop quickly rushed out of cover and aimed her gun at the unidentified object on the wall. Wait, what is this thing? A strange humanoid hangs lifeless on the wall. In addition to its already slender limbs, multiple slender tendrils resembling arthropods extend from the back of this humanoid figure. The end of the tentacle is either the muzzle or the sickle blade. Although the head can be vaguely identified, her facial features were not designed and made, and the cold alloy iron plate completely covered her face. What a strange structure. Is this thing still a doll? Upon careful observation, after confirming that the humanoid was turned off, Rebella slightly relaxed her vigilance. Let's call Leva and Alva here first. After receiving the gesture of lifting the alarm from Rebella, Leva and Alva quickly ran over. Oh, what a remarkable discovery. No wonder the chief who found this coordinates was assassinated. It's no longer possible to fool around with ordinary machinery or civilian dolls. Gerard is actually developing such a dangerous doll. This is a prototype. The previous prototypes in the laboratory were all for failures. If she also used parts for the same specifications, it would also prove that Gerard stole Persica's technology and is conducting research on third-generation dolls. As she spoke, Rebella reached out towards the strange humanoid figure on the wall, intending to investigate further, but was caught by Leva. What's wrong? Be careful, okay? Perhaps we could explain the smoothness of this journey by successfully confusing the enemy line of sight before, but the other party hid such a deadly thing here. The defense around here seems a bit weak. Your alert is commendable. That sounds familiar. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Leva and the other four immediately switched to preparation mode and dispersed to nearby cabinets. The lighting facilities in the computer room were all turned on, and the sudden change in light caused a brief blur in the vision of the dolls. After the visual module returned to normal, the owner of the sound was standing upright in the center of the aisle. The real watchdog has arrived. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Third-generation doll with black eyes. She lifted the hem of her skirt with one hand and elegantly and arrogantly bowed. First time meeting. I hope it didn't disturb everyone. Third generation doll. Exactly. It seems you are not unfamiliar with this. Darcher was about to take a step forward when they were pointed at by the guns of the dolls. Stay there and don't move. With cooperation, Darcher placed the parasol at her feet, raised her hands, and took a step back. Don't be nervous, I haven't had any thoughts of fighting you yet. Otherwise, now everyone can only spend the remaining time in fear and emptiness. Thank you very much for showing mercy. However, it seems like you are the one being held back right now. Indeed, it is so. I have no chance of winning now. Leva, is this the highly lethal doll you mentioned earlier? She doesn't look very good. I thought we could have a good fight at least once. I'm sorry, but I can't fight you here. What do you mean? You want to screw my head somewhere else? If this is your wish, I don't mind doing it for you. Darcher fixed on Sop's direction, revealing a dangerous smile. You have been exploring all the way, and should have some understanding of this research institute. This is the birthplace of all third-generation dolls. Although it is now abandoned, what remains are only the defective products you have seen, as well as the failed prototypes behind you all. I don't think these are qualified to be called third-generation dolls. I am honored to share your opinion. Items transformed from defective products, vulgar, ugly, foolish, very much like a manufacturer. It seems you have a big opinion of Gerard. The tool for pursuing conquest, but always worry of this power. The pitiful manufacturer has written restrictions, guarding against any actions by dolls towards Gerard. This data center filled with Gerard's data is no different from a prison for us. Isn't this stupid? The treasure was already in the hands of the thief, but the soldier guarding the treasure was locked by the king's chain. I don't think she cursed us too. I don't care if you can hit us or not. If you don't leave both legs and one head today, you won't be able to leave. Wait. Rebella pressed down on Sop's gun and looked warily at the self-talking, unguarded black eyes. If what you're saying is true, you can't engage in any aggressive behavior here. But now that you're telling us this information, you probably have full confidence in keeping us here, right? Darcher clapped her hands happily. As a more advanced creation, I originally had no expectations for the second generation form. Okay, let me read that again. As a more advanced creation, I originally had no expectation for second generation dolls, but both you and the doll captain I met before left a deep impression on me. I apologize for my previous contempt and rudeness. that's an improvement. Ignoring the threat, Darcher took a small step back, saluted again, lowered her head, and couldn't see her perspective clearly. However, I hope your combat ability can also be the same as that of your gentlemaness. Oh, as that lady. Of Groza, more or less. Before she could finish speaking, Darcher quickly grabbed the umbrella on the ground, rolled it to the left, and dodged behind the rows of cabinets. That's the rest of the alarm. Just so you can't talk nonsense to her. Saw quickly ran towards the row where the figure with black eyes disappeared. The figure with black eyes. And without hesitation, raised her gun. Stop, wait. A bullet hit the server that was being used as cover by Darcher, and sparks flew in all directions of the computer room. The stable running server buzzed. Stop! Retreat! You and Alva, go to the entrance to the laboratory and restrict Darcher's movement. Just don't shoot her. I want to retract what I said. The voice of Darcher became somewhat eerie as she slowly walked out of the cover and saluted again in the direction of Leva. You. Even better. The body of Darcher is intact and has not been shot. She holds a parasol in one hand, keeping her lower body bent and her upper body upright. It makes her appear elegant and comical. What's wrong with her? Thank you, Your Excellency, for liberating me. The server hit behind Darcher emitted a sizzling electronic current sound, making her voice even more fragmented. Finally, I am free. I no longer had to be instructed by those fools. Is this the server she used? Exactly, Your Excellency. Darcher finally managed to stand upright, her head turning at an extremely unnatural angle towards Alva, who had already arrived at the entrance of the laboratory, but her gaze was not focused on her. Transaction. Completion. Completion. Next. Cluck. Handed over to you. Let me. Disappointment. The same. Won't. Let go. You. As if responding to Darcher, the surveillance cameras above Alva's head, which should have been turned off, lit up and with a signal light. Someone is monitoring us, Leva. Monitor permissions have been regained. Outside, there's a lot of more machines approaching. Ignoring the commotion of the dolls, Darcher slowly raised her umbrella. Everyone, prepare for battle. Local data. Destruction. Darcher didn't seem to care about Leva and the others' attacking tendencies. She lowered her eyes and smiled, gently stroking her umbrella body. Immediately, her smile turned ferocious, and her next actions left everyone stunned. Darcher held the parasol and fiercely stabbed her core. She... Still a fragmented sound of electric currents. The silver-white electric sparks are like dazzling frame fireworks, and the high-temperature burns the biomimetic skin, emitting a pungent smell. Tissue fluid drips from the air, along with the umbrella, and slowly spreads to the metal floor. Doctor completely lost balance, fell forward, and the tip of her umbrella pierced through the core completely. At the same time, the servers in the computer room collectively emitted sharp roars. The third generation doll prototype, hanging on the wall like a specimen, lit up with indicator lights. Yeah, that should have been the cutscene. I agree. Is Starcher good? It's like, she's not all there. Yeah, she's definitely not all there. I think we can agree she wasn't all there. The server keeps roaring. The behavior of Darcher is unbelievable. The chaos in front of them makes it even more difficult for the dolls to deduce a reasonable result. So loud! Leva, the server data is being destroyed. Gerard is destroying the evidence. Umbrella, you lead Sop and Alva to fight against the patrol machinery. I'll hack into the server and stop the destruction process. You judge the timing and method of the battle. Understood. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that we haven't ran too many cutscenes yet. And yeah, it looked like Darcher destroyed herself. But she said that, but it also said that there was a repugnant smell and stuff like that. So she should have the same advantages that Sexton's has, which means she has regenerative abilities. So she might not actually be dead. There's also still the concept of having backups as well. So her body may still be just fine. Solving the system defense mechanism in front of her, Leva quickly hid behind the virtual data block. Observing the level 2 plane, Leva mental calculus gradually derives several results. Didn't really only kick off because of Melly though? Was it really her presence that did it though? I'm not even sure. It's quite impressive. Using Darcher to lure us into destroying the server, relying on the vulnerabilities caused by the server damage to launch a surprise attack on Gerard's data center. I thought I had finally grabbed Gerard's throat, but instead they were caught by the fishermen together. Leva looked at the constantly collapsing edge in the distance, weighed and calculated inside. The data protection function has almost completely collapsed, and I can't handle it alone. I need to ask Rebella to work with me. Speaking of which, Leva is preparing to cut off the connection with level 2. Network error. Your application has been rejected. What? I can't bear such hospitality. Despite still wearing a smile on her face, Leva increased her vigilance and carefully observed her surroundings. Not far away, the broken data fragments gradually reassemble, and a system defense mechanism synthesizes again. A light and drifting sound came out through the horn. What if the data is stored together, Miss UMP-45? System defense machinery. Oh, system defense machinery is that. Okay. So what if the data is stored together, UMP-45? Then you can give it a try. In the computer room, the dolls fighting against the patrol machinery discovered Leva's abnormality. Rebella, what's wrong with Leva? Mental blockade is definitely related to hacking. What should we do? With Leva's electronic warfare abilities, she won't easily get into trouble. Prioritize ensuring her physical safety. Confirm our respective status. Evacuate to a safe place. And then prepare to conduct electronic warfare to assist Leva. Rebella lifts up Leva, who has lost her response, and quickly hides behind another cover. No, it's not good. Rebella, take a look at this cache space. So many upload applications have been returned? Is this an upload failure? Could it be that the server's been broken? Alba, how's it going over there? Mine's the same. Something's wrong. The content and return time are not equal, and a synchronization failure prompt is only now appearing. Oh no. Our network environment has been controlled. I'm afraid all the information we upload has been intercepted since entering here. Are you saying that the other party tampered with the network synchronization process? Well, it's highly likely that a disguised virtual transit was created. Since entering the Underground Research Institute, the database submitted has never reached Dier's encrypted files, or encrypted server. I will fire a bullet towards machines rushing information outside the laboratory. We can't control these things. Let's retreat first and talk about the rest later. The sharp whistling interrupted the battle between the dolls and the mechanical beings. The huge electromagnetic interference made them unsteady on their feet and half kneeling on the ground. What's going on? Rebella suppressed her dizziness and looked towards the source of the sound. The prototype, which was originally quietly hanging on the wall, suddenly began to move, and the multiple tendrils behind her shimmered like blood flowing through them. And her head, wrapped in armor, was shaking unnaturally. Mind loading, starting. It's the voice of Darcher. Isn't Darcher already dead? Her remaining mental state was synchronized into the prototype. Since Darcher has already relied on his self-destructive mindset to break through the underlying limitations set by Gerard, it is feared that Gerard's attack constraints will no longer be effective on the prototype. Endless! She's a cockroach! Look at me! One shot! The whistling sound resounds again. Stop 1 of the fight was obstructed. Her electromagnetic interference has a huge impact on us. There is no chance of winning the battle now. Firstly, eliminating its synchronization, and then setting traps to trap Leva. She will definitely silence us and erase us versus all next. Stop, Alva. Take Leva and retreat before she's fully activated. Is Lich Team now meta? We'll see. I think as it stands right now, the water team is still the strongest one, with Fukai like barely behind. But we're going to have to wait until we're probably going to have to wait and see when Rebella comes out. Rebella and her group ran in the passage. The sound of machinery moving at high speed and alarms were incessant. We are about to encounter the patrol mechanical team. Hey, why is there still one? Have we encountered so many patrol machines along the way? The security screening and those protection workshops have also been activated. Prepare to confront the enemy. Target. Break through the encirclement. Don't be obsessed with battle. Stop. You're responsible for protecting Leva. Okay. I got it. Yeah. Hold on. The breakout is ready. Leva is in your hands, Sop. Yeah, Springfield and Tololo, and then Nikita popped up. So they, the water team is like really strong right now. The corrosion team kind of needs a fourth. So Kukai has been kind of hard carrying the corrosion team. So if they can get a fourth member to round out everyone, that'd be good. I think the electric team can be meta, but we kind of need someone to actually like complete the electric team first. You know, with all of the with all the keys ready and such like that. Yeah, Nikita's really strong. If I remember right, her damage is actually higher than Tololo's. Enemy is encirclement shows a loophole. Let's go. Sop, you go first. I'm behind the hall. Go to the branch road we came from. Understood. Sop quickly broke through the encirclement with Leva on her back. And before leaving, she didn't forget to step hard on the small machine that fell on the ground. You troublemaker, this time it's cheaper for you. Stop, don't do anything unnecessary. Oh man, yeah. This is actually going to be longer than a Ghost Frontline 1 event. Straight up, this is actually longer than a Ghost Frontline 1 event right now. Sop, how are you? Do you want to do you want to switch out? No problem. As the distance increases, that doll's interference becomes less strong. Stop adjusted Leva's body on her back. First guy needs to find a way to reduce the weight of dolls. Rebella, do we have to go back through the branch road that came down? Although taking the other branches may lead to returning to the ground, the situation is urgent now, and everything is unknown. Once we make the wrong choice, we are essentially surrounded and blocked by the branch. Hold on, it's not far from where we came from. There's a heat source reaction ahead, and about 20 meters away in the night, on the right aisle, there's a team of armed machinery about to encounter us. It's just endless. What does corrosion need? Well, Michu is their support. Haritha does sustaining damage. A V6 Klukai can be a boss killer, but let's be real, that does require V6. So ideally speaking, there needs to be a second DPS. One that's designed for boss killing. Because the thing is, you can't expect everyone to have a V6 Klukai. I like how this is an escape mission. Hold up. Wait. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay, we're good. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure that was objective that says you can just kill them, and then we can just end it that way. Okay. Rebella and the group... Wait, hold on, before I start talking again. Right. Okay. Rebella and her group kept attacking the armed machinery chasing after them. She and Mundo would get it on. Well, yeah, I agree. After that turn, we can enter the branch road. Stop, how is Leva doing? There's still no movement, but I can just carry her back to Chifu without any problem. Don't worry. Got it. There's currently no heat source reaction ahead, and the closest pursuers behind us are expected to enter visual range in 3 minutes. Stop. You may still need to climb the ropes to get up later. Can you? No problem. Just tie Leva to me tightly with straps. Okay, everyone, accelerate and immediately cut off the cables when you return to the ground to buy time for evacuation. The dolls accelerated their running, but just as they were about to reach the target branch, they all stopped in their tracks. Why did Setike fall down? Alva, Rebella, you gotta stay away. The originally wide passage has become an iron wall, and Sop immediately raised her gun and fired at the safety gate. The bullet landed on the door, but left only shallow marks. Damn it! It must be the person who regained security access to lower the gate. Immediately turn back. Let's go to the branch that we've just passed by. The piercing howl once again resisted the movements of the dolls. Restricted the movements of the dolls. The metal sickle blade was dragging on the ground, making an unpleasant sound. Multiple teams of armed machinery appeared in front of the three dolls, and the prototype that had already been preliminarily activated was approaching behind them. The exit route has been blocked. Since we can't escape, let's fight. Sop asked Leva to sit. Okay. Sop put Leva aside. Due to the interference for the prototype, her face didn't look good, and her hand holding the matching gun trembled slightly. Do you think when Leva likes up, how many pieces will I break down the prototype function into? Whatever you like. Yeah, part 2 of major events is usually when the commander gets involved. That's been a trend they've been pulling off. The battle with the prototype has officially begun. Shut down and execute. The voice of Darcher kept repeating stiff commands. Be careful, this guy seems to have mental problems, and is not polite at all. Alpha leaned back, barely able to dodge the sharp sickle of the blade. The strike failed, and the prototype quickly withdrew its arm, leaving an unsightly scratch on the surrounding metal wall with its sharp blade. Each unit report the current rate of elemental damage. Rebella fired 2 shots and knocked down the armed machinery that had attacked. Then, due to electromagnetic interference continuously released by the prototype, she helped the wall and didn't fall. 35%. I'm pretty much the same. Rebella, how about you? 15%. I'm fine, but the prototype is becoming more flexible, and our damage speed will significantly increase in a shorter period of time. We must prioritize resolving her electromagnetic interference, otherwise our actions will remain restricted. Can it be hacked? No, currently all the networks I can detect are under the control of the other party, and I cannot intervene remotely. If things continue like this, let alone that prototype, we won't be able to handle all the armed machinery gathered here. The battle is deadlocked, and the dolls have no time to think. They can only take advantage of the gap between the release of interference to barely cope with the enemy's fierce attack. Remote connection is not possible, but what about wire connection? The success rate of hacking will increase, but it is negatively correlated with the security strength of the prototype itself. But there's a way, right? What do you have in mind? While I'm still active, I'll grab the opportunity for the other party to release the interference and approach them closely, directly connecting to their interface. At that time, my bottom layer will be fully open to Rebella. And you just need to treat me like a relay, relying on your own local area network to achieve hacking, and then... No way. Rebella decisively rejected Sop's proposal. Why? This is our only chance. The design of the prototype is not compatible with us. Even if you can successfully get close, you will not be able to connect. So we can only wait like this to be destroyed? I'll think of another way. Alba observed Rebella's distraction. Quickly calculated the situation and decided to speak up. Maybe there is a way. As Darcher said, the prototype was developed based on the elements in the laboratory, so it is very likely that it has a similar design to the test samples. In other words, the conversion port obtained by SOP in the laboratory is likely to come in handy. As for the elemental structure, you who are familiar with Perska's third generation doll design should know it better than me. Even if the compatibility issue can be resolved, the interface gap of the prototype is too short, making it difficult for SOP to complete the entire set of actions. Any slight mistake would make her... is Rebella going to let me fight against the prototype alone? How's that possible? So, if I make a mistake, I'll need you and Alba to cover for me. If I am disrupted by the prototype and unable to move, you two would have to buy me time. However, once you are destroyed, the possibility of restarting is almost zero. Then I need Rebella to take good care of me even more. Please. Let me know the possible location for installing the socket with peace in mind. As long as you're behind, there'll be no flaws. Noticing Sop's firm attitude, Rebella clenched her fist. They promised me that you won't rampage this time and follow my orders carefully. No problem. Okay. The socket position is usually set in the area close to the core, based on the wiring of the prototype in the laboratory. It is highly likely that one of them is connected to the head component of the prototype. Head? Okay. Sop moved her mechanical joints, which felt stiff due to the interference, and threw the gun aside. Let's discard things that affect flexibility first. Rebella hesitated a moment and nodded. We will cover for you. Okay, give the order. The operation will begin 5 seconds after the prototype releases the next electromagnetic interference. Alva, your main responsibility is to cooperate with SOP and restrain the armed machinery. I will stay behind, assist you, and make necessary preparations for the attack. Understood. Stop. You can judge the timing of the direct connection yourself, and I will cooperate with your actions. But if you receive my retreat order, you must execute it immediately. I know. I've been hiding all the way, suffocating myself. Could you please ask Rebella to clean up the mess of me? Could you please ask Rebella to clean up the mess for me this time? Before Sop could finish speaking, a piercing scream came again. The countdown ends, and the dolls immediately engage in battle. Please. Sop rushed out like a feather from a bowstring, leaving behind a red Aether image. The front row arm machinery follows Sop's figure to shoot. Too slow. Sop stepped on the armor of the small land moving machine, using it as a springboard, and lightly dodged the sickle blade that the prototype machine had thrust towards. Before the arm machine detected the landing point, Sop had already successfully broken through the enemy's first line of defense. This isn't interesting. Is there more? Come on. Sop is like a highly destructive electric current, shuttling through the battlefield, constantly destroying the machinery that hinders progress, and her expression becomes increasingly fanatical. Oh no. Sop. Alva, pay attention to cover. The game has just begun. Sop grabbed the small flying unit hovering beside her and threw it fiercely towards the arm machinery rushing straight ahead. Although successfully blocking the opponent's attack, it also exposed the flaws in the rear. The prototype that detected this did not hesitate to stab the sickle blade straight towards it. Sop, lower your head! The bullet accurately hit the tentacle of the prototype, forcibly changing its attack route. Sop, who was climbing forward, stepped on the wall with one foot, and with the help of rebound force, turned back and steadily grabbed the slender tentacle. Caught you! Sop tugged hard, causing the prototype's tentacles to instantly tighten. Why don't you give me something that's useless? Just as Sop was about to tap his tendrils, the prototype promptly released a new round of electronic interference, and Sop released her hand without hesitation. Sop, prioritize task execution. Listen to the command. The interference and shouting woke up Sop, who was caught in a frenzy, and she apologetically stuck out her tongue. My bad. Under the cover of a new round of Rebella and Alva, Sop finally succeeded in approaching the prototype. Danger! Alarm! The indicator lights on prototype's tentacles all turned red, and she manipulated multiple tentacles in an attempt to force Sop away. But Sop's footsteps never slowed down. The bullets from Eve and Rebella forcibly opened a path for her. In midst of the gunfire, Sop leaped up again and climbed onto the back of the prototype. Sop ignored the armed machinery that rushed forward together and tightly gripped the prototype's jaw with her hand. Bye-bye! With a forceful push, Sop removed the entire armor covering the prototype's head, exposing the exposed socket in an instant. Without any hesitation, Sop successfully connected directly to the prototype using a conversion port. Strike into battle. Again. Begin. You know, these Gerard jaws aren't it. In level 2, the prototype and system defense machinery became scattered data blocks, and Rebella successfully shielded the electromagnetic interference function of the prototype. In order to prevent a situation similar to Leva's, she did not continue to delve deeper, but chose to quickly cut off level 2. The interference has been resolved. Sop, you go back to defense first. Sop pulls off the last machine on her body, jumps off the prototype, and temporarily retreats to a safe distance. Malfunction or abnormality. Restart. Target loss. Restart. The prototype kept on trying to restart, and in chaos, she randomly swung several tentacles to shatter the armed machinery around her that was cooperating with the attack. This guy is in chaos. Can't get close at all. Stop. What's your injury rate? 55%. It's okay. I can still move. Sop could give a thumbs up while holding the loot that had just been removed from the prototype in the other hand. Sop! Alva throws Sop's gun back to her. Our chaos won't last long. Prepare for battle. Yeah. The dolls quickly adjusted their positions, and the prototype's program finally returned to normal. Shut up. Execute. I'm not sure what shut up means. Can't release the interface. Do you still want to silence me? Sop pulls the bolt of her gun. Stop here with your companions. Alva silently films the magazine. I will definitely clean up this time, counterfeit. The battle's about to start again. Oh? Cutscene? Never mind. It's probably not that easy to trap me. The game of chasing after each other ends here. At the same time, in level 2, where Leva is located, when do you want to stop playing this game of hide and seek? Leva fired a shot that shattered the defense mechanism in front of her. How long has it been chasing me like this? You're not tired. Like, you're tired, I'm tired too. Since we all want to take action against the Gerard group, can we just call a ceasefire and have a chat? If you're willing to go this futile struggle, I don't mind stopping. It seems we can't come to agreement. Leva avoided the collapsed data edge and fired, but the bullet only grazed the surrounding system defense machinery. Although I was assisting Sextons to replace the chief before, now I'm turning my attention to the Gerard group. Are you guys complicated enough? Adapt the situation. You don't deny it at all. Are you very certain? Are you going to destroy me here? The other party has not responded yet. So, Leva quickly shifted her position while taking advantage of the gap in the defense mechanism's attack. If it could be done, it wouldn't be better. Is this being humble? Are you still showing off? It is a statement of facts. Your electronic warfare capabilities are excellent. To be honest, since I left the production line, this is one of the most challenging situations I've ever faced. I actually think that you might have fought me with all your might. The winner might have been determined long ago. Not speaking. Is that just your default settings? Your electronic warfare performance is at least equivalent to mine, but you have allowed me to escape all the way until now. I'm afraid you are still synchronously carrying out other missions, right? I really can't hide anything from you. Since you are so honest, I'll give you some advice too. If you don't face the battlefield here again, you will definitely regret it. As she spoke, Leva changed her hiding place again and fired, but the dense bullets did not pose a substantial threat to the defense mechanism of the system chasing her. Although I greatly appreciate you, bluffing has no effect on me. The other person's words abruptly stopped. Did you notice? How's that possible? A self-deprecating light laugh comes forth. Beautiful. It turns out you have been running around, not to retrieve data from the computer room, but to take advantage of the situation and regain control of the security system. That's it for each other. I'm trapped here, and my team is supposed to be facing the same danger. I need to get out quickly. Since competing with you for data does not give me an advantage, we naturally need to find ways to gain advantages in other aspects. But that's impossible. It's better to quickly accept reality. You misunderstand. What I meant was that the ability of a second-generation doll, even if I were to be half-hearted, it would be impossible for me to create such a loophole. This is a limitation of hardware functionality and cannot be explained by luck or negligence. While talking to Leva, the defense machine accidentally fired a bullet in Leva's direction and commanded the other machines to attack together. But that was easily resisted by Leva. We just lost a surprise attack. Isn't this good? Just curious about your computational mechanism. It seems I guessed right. Since just now, the frequency of attacks on my back end has not changed at all. Multi-threaded operation also has its limits, and you belong to the second-generation humanoids, or second-generation dolls, with backward functions. Although it allows you to seize opportunity, maintaining stable efficiency and using your own computing power to counter these system defense mechanisms should also be quite challenging. Due to vulnerability attacks, the mechanical performance of the defense system you commanded has been significantly reduced. Should I handle it more easily? No. The sense of dissonance has existed since the beginning of the game. Including in the light rail station before, your processing ability and speed far exceed the average level of second generation dolls. Could you tell me who is helping you? Or rather, is it just you? Who is there? It's just a coincidence that their competition ability is better than the other dolls. I actually think that your computing center has I actually think that your computing center has one more than other conventional second generation dolls. You are different from those ordinary second generation dolls. Do you still want to conduct technical research all this time? Time is running out, and when the impact of the vulnerability expands, the defense mechanism of the system you are operating will no longer obediently comply, right? You make a lot of sense. Since you kindly reminded me, I will also give you a message in return. Although you have successfully created vulnerabilities in the security system, I assure you that if you want to completely take away the security permissions of the Research Institute from me, the required computing power will definitely exceed your mental capacity. I mean everything. Are you sure you want to do this? Stay here and lose all of your mental record? Stay here or you lose the mental record. Forcibly seizing permissions will result in the destruction of your mind. This sentence may still have an impact on my teammates. Unfortunately, I am just an ordinary person, and my combat ability is only considered a third-rate second-generation doll. Balancing the pros and cons, prioritizing rationality is my style. As long as our mental data can be preserved, it will eventually become the bullet that kills all of you, only melting my own mind and making a profit. So, good luck to you then. The defense in front of us has been recognized in data fragments, and unknown sounds have completely disappeared. The entire second level is surrounded by alarm sounds, and under the command of the enemy, the security system's alert level has been raised to the highest level, with a large number of system defense machinery surrounding all directions. That's just right. It seems like I'm going to show off my true abilities after a long time. Leva looked at her right hand, which was now holding the UMP-45 submachine gun. This gun has accompanied her through long years, helped her win, and witnessed her embarrassment and despair. Now she firmly believes that this gun has become the wings of a protective partner, and will no longer be a cold weapon forced to target important people. Please bless me, 40. The battle between Rebella and Prototype is still ongoing. Although there was no electromagnetic interference, the Prototype still left clear cuts on the body of the three individuals. After fierce battles, the three successfully removed the opponent's 3 tentacles. Why still so spirited? Rebella, the enemy has become familiar with our combat rhythm and weaknesses. Rebella glanced in Leva's direction, but she remained motionless. Only the flickering light in the visual module proved that her mind was still operational. Our enemy is almost at its bottom. Our energy is almost at its bottom. So let's give up our rear defense and break through the prototype's defense line to find another way out. There's still a chance. Sop was hit by a tentacle of the prototype and crashes into the wall. Rebella, you must make a judgment. Rebella quickly calculated and searched for other ways to get out of the predicament. Which results to abandoning Leva and preserving the three. Alpha is right. A familiar voice came from behind. Leva waved her hand to Sop. Seeing Leva successfully cut out a level 2 plane, Rebella breathed a sigh of relief. Too slow. Please understand. I have regained the security permissions here. Let's get ready to run away. Under Leva's operation, the safety gate that fell slowly rose. The dolls made a decisive decision and quickly retreated under Leva's command. Leva's footsteps are a bit unsteady as she ran towards the exit. Are you okay? It took some effort to escape the second level. Give me your hand. I'm also here to help. Thanks, Rebella. My mind has suffered some minor damage, so please do not transfer the command temporarily. Got it. Sop and Rebella quickly put up Leva's arms on both sides, while Alva slowed down and landed at the end of the line. She kept shooting, trying to intercept the pursuit of the prototype. This is the branch road. The pass is the elevator, leading to the upper level. The dolls dodged the attack of the prototype and ran towards the direction of the elevator. The prototype, which has been relentlessly pursuing, stopped in its tracks. The signal light on the prototype's body flickered frequently, and it stiffly rotated its head, seemingly to reveal hesitation. It's a pity that we couldn't catch them all, but the basic goal has already been achieved. Don't worry, I already have made a backup of your mind, and it won't be melted down together. Archer, will you work with me until the end? Shut up, terminate. Social countdown starts. 30, 29, and it'll keep going. The dolls run briskly towards the elevator they were riding in. Why isn't she chasing anymore? Sop turned to look at the prototype, and as the distance grew, the opponent's figure gradually shrank. Don't worry about her. The elevator's right ahead. Under Leva's operation, the elevator timely opened its doors to the humanoid, or to the dolls. The dolls quickly entered the elevator, and the elevator door closed, and the prototype completely disappeared from everyone's view. The doll rises rapidly. The archer, which remained in place, stare stiffly at the closed elevator door. Self-destruct and activate. The prototype exploded, with her at the center, producing dazzling flames. Almost simultaneously, rolling thick smoke engulfed everything. Waves of air churned. Electronic devices in the entire underground research institute exploded one after another. The earth shook, and the dolls in the elevator held onto the wall to maintain balance. Fortunately, the elevator successfully reached the ground at the critical moment. Everyone evacuate quickly to the safe area. Under Leva's command, the dolls quickly withdrew from the villa. As soon as they stepped out to the courtyard, they were hit by an explosion, and the dilapidated villa collapsed entirely. The dolls looked at the ruins of the villa with lingering fear. Huh. That was so dangerous. We almost got buried. Leva turned around and looked towards the direction of the distant satellite city, her face slightly changing. Oh my, it's probably too early to breathe a sigh of relief right now. Huh? Leva lifted her chin towards the distant satellite city, gesturing for the dolls to look over. The dolls followed Leva's gesture and looked towards the direction of the satellite city in the distance. Thick smoke rose in all directions, and flames engulfed the night sky like a giant mouth. How did that happen? Alright, so it looks like the city's under attack. So that's what we're ending off at. Damn. That was a lot. That was 7 hours. Honestly, my mind is mush right now. And not gonna lie, it's so hard to talk about what just happened because there's so much information, and I'm tired. Yeah, there's one more level, I just noticed. Cocoon sat on the sofa and revealed the battle records from the Underground Research Institute again. What an interesting computational mechanism. I really should find another opportunity to explore it. When should we schedule the next tea party with Leva? The data sync on the Gerard server has been completed, and Cocoon has opened several development records of third-generation models. Her reading speed is very fast, and her expression is unpredictable. The original Griffin figure. The second generation dolls. They really are something interesting. Subsequently, she closed the file, lifted her head, and looked at the mysterious man not far away, gazing at the distant flames. Thanks to the help of Darcher, you have obtained a lot of useful data. How long does it take for Darcher to restart? In order to prevent Gerard from suspecting anything, her mental data has been destroyed along with the data center. Refactoring based on the underlying layer will take some time. Okay, where's the other one? The functional repair is almost complete, and the mental transformation is also progressing smoothly. Unfortunately, her body has been severely damaged, and the previously stored mental data cannot be fully restored, which leads us to know very little about those non-military force management bureau assistants. It's okay, just don't let Rurik notice. Please rest assured, it is normal for the Gerard group to use her as a production prototype for the 3rd generation dolls and carry out mental transformations on it. And under your operation, Senator Rurik may have a long time to attend to. Well, complete the transformation of her and Darcher as soon as possible, so that they can be used later. Besides, have your restrictions been lifted? Yes, thanks to you. What can I do? Maintain the status quo and wait for his response. Stay attentive, wipe your marks clean. It's not yet the time to formally confront Gerard. Understood. Cocoon respectfully watches the mysterious person's back. Is there anything else? No, I'm just admiring your decisiveness and courage to follow the trend. We had hope for the chief executive, but intentionally leaked the intelligence to him. Although the chief executive used this to locate the research institute, there were still some omissions. His result is regrettable. His movements were too slow. Based on the situation at the time, if you continue to help the chief cover up, it will definitely make Rurik suspicious. Yes, but what surprised me was that after giving up the chief, you immediately took the risk and threw the backdoor key to Namfa, allowing Kalina and her team, who should have been eliminated, to regain their freedom. Subsequently, he took the opportunity to leave the coordinates of the Research Institute in the trap set by Rurik, and arranged for Darcher, who had reached a cooperation agreement with us to go there, luring them to destroy the server and create vulnerabilities. Now, even the toys that Darcher brought back in a flash will be used by you. Everyone, intentionally or unintentionally, has become your pawn, and this series of precise timing, control, and correct judgment of the situation is difficult even for dolls to achieve. Do you think dolls can control timing and judge situations? Do you think it's not possible? The mysterious man glanced coldly at Cocoon through the reflection of the French window, and looked again at the distant orange-red flame ignited by the runaway machines after the explosion of Giller's machine room. Mobilize your computing power and tell me, what will happen next? The server hidden in the underground data center of the Gerard group was hacked by us, and taking advantage of this vulnerability, I took advantage of it to invade other servers. Chaos was spread throughout ODE 30, disturbing the dreams of all residents in Odessa. Nowadays, a large number of machines deployed by Gerard in Odessa have lost control one after another, and their proud technology has become a sharp blade pointing at themselves. I'm afraid that Gerard will pay a great price for this. And next, if handled properly, the position of Gerard Group in the state of Odessa will not be shaken, but the price of the new shares used by Gerard Group for financing will inevitably be less than ideal. In addition to the huge compensation caused by mechanical loss of control, it will face a crisis of a broken financial chain. However, with the assistance of it, Congressman Rurik is likely to only lose a portion of his free votes, and he can still be elected as chief. The Lullaby Project will also continue to be implemented. However, the decline in commercial value and the various troubles caused by Gerard in recent times will lower its evaluation of Gerard, and this is the opportunity you have been waiting for. Sensing the mysterious person's non-committal attitude, the smile at the corner of Cocoon's mouth became even stronger. It seems I'm not correct. What you see is only the result obtained by a calculation module based on existing factors, which underestimates Rurik, underestimates it, and underestimates the resonance of ODE 30. Perhaps, just like I don't understand over the years, Bobbin have had more direct ways to confront Gerard. Why have you been so evasive? In times of war, what is needed is the confrontation between bullets and artillery fire, while in times of peace, there are rules of peace. The longer a piece of life lasts, the more people will fear disputes. Fear will eventually become the bucket of hot oil that will completely burn Gerard. It seems you have other preparations. Adapt to the situation, wait for opportunities, and the chess piece's release will eventually be retrieved. Once the fire is ignited, it should not be extinguished. Right. The long night has just begun. The two of them stopped talking and walked slowly to the window, looking with the mysterious person at the night gradually engulfed by the flames. Her humble but cold face is reflected at the spotless French window. Yeah, so Cocoon looks good. Yeah, I'm still overloaded, to be honest. It's really hard to think about everything. But what I can say for sure is that it looks like this is going to be another Germany incident. I had to take a closer look at her. I had to stare at her for a little bit for me to think that. But at first glance, I don't recognize her. With this, Ghost Fight 2 actually started, yeah. Yeah, that was so fucking long. I think I'm gonna have to start streams earlier. Yeah, for the for events, I'm gonna have to start streams earlier, like maybe like 5 instead of 7. Yes, man, that was a lot of info. I just woke up midway. It's still going? No, we're done. I just got done like literally like a minute ago. But there's so much information and it's so late that my brain is kind of mush, and I think I need it to marinate. So I can't really talk about anything right now. If you want my thoughts, because I'm not gonna make a video on it, because this is CN only, and I don't want to make any videos based on CN. If you want to hear my thoughts tomorrow, just hop on the Discord. I'm going to actually just think about it, watch the stream and see what I missed, and I'll give my thoughts tomorrow. But I am really glad that they finally stepped up their game. Like, if the Synth rewrites showed that they were back in their groove, this event right here showed that they have put the pedal to the metal and they're about to give us some hot shit. So everything is working out. IMO. Yeah. There's a lot of fan service here. Definitely a lot. Not the degenerate kind, just good fan service. How would you rate it out of 10 so far? As a Ghost Frontline 1 player, I gave it a 10. But objectively speaking, I would say this is less exciting than the Synth event. So I give maybe an 8. An 8 or a 9. It's definitely better than Affiliate Part 1. And I give that a 7. So 8 or 9 is where I put it. Yeah, it's definitely more politics in this. And honestly, I actually really like the politics. They're doing a really good job with the politicking. And yeah, this part too. So yeah, I think going forward for events, I'm going to start streams at 5 o'clock. Instead of 7. Because it's just not going to work out any other way, I think. It's going to be, I'm going to be in the stream way too late. And I'll be really tired. There we go. Alright. I'm going to stop yapping. I'm going to go to bed. And once again, if you want to know my thoughts about this entirely, hop on Discord and I'll tell you tomorrow. Otherwise, as always, thank you all for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. And I'll see y'all next time.